on, or nearly on.
And hello, welcome to DevSecOps Days DC 2020, hosted by the Software Engineering Institute at Carnegie Mellon University. DevSecOps Days is a global series of 1- and 2-day conferences helping to educate, evolve, and explore concepts around developing security as code. My name is Shane McGraw, Outreach Team Lead here at the SEI, and I'd like to thank you for attending. We want to make today and our discussions as interactive as possible, so we will address questions at the end of each of today's talks. You can submit those questions and comments in the YouTube chat, and our facilitators will handle the questions with the presenters from there. Now I'd like to introduce our MC for the day, Hasan Yasar. Hasan is the Technical Director of the Continuous Deployment of Capability Directorate here at the SEI. Hasan leads an engineering group to enable, accelerate, and assure transformation at the speed of relevance by leveraging DevSecOps, Agile, Lean, AI, and ML, and other emerging technologies to create a smart platform and pipeline. He is also an adjunct faculty member at the CMU Hines College and Institute for Software Research, where he teaches software and security and DevOps engineering for deployment and operations. And now I'll turn it over to Hasan Yasar. Hasan, good morning. All yours.
And thanks, Shane. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening where you are. I hope everybody's doing well in this situation. I wish we had a chance to have an in-person event. This is our second DevSecOps Days DC event. Last time we were in DC in physical. I'm hoping next year we'll be in person in DC. And that'll be good, everything go well. So we said DevSecOps Days, and welcome to DevSecOps Days event. Let's continue. We have a great speakers lineup today. And I'm just going to talk about a little bit who we are, what we do as a DevSecOps community. It's basically a central hub. If you go to DevSecOpsDays.com, it's a central hub for the events. And our really purpose is to build up a practitioner and from all around the world, and who has an experience, who has done the DevSecOps, what they learned from their journey, what type of problem they faced, and what their advice. So we can build up a good communities that community can share their lesson learned. That's our intent. Because we know that DevOps or DevSecOps is a set of practices. A set of practices is really important to learn and how others did it so we can implement it based on our technological stack, based on our culture, based on our work. So with that said, DevSecOps Days is kind of a central hub we will do, and we have many other events as well as part of DevSecOpsDays.com. And how you can engage with us throughout this today? And you can go to the SCI YouTube channel, which we are broadcasting as a live session over there. And you can put your questions into the YouTube chat window. So we're monitoring the questions, and I would like that more engagement with you as a participant, so we can get your question answered the speakers as well. And during the lunchtime, we're going to have a fireside chat. So there's an opportunity for you. You can hang out with the speakers and ask your question direct to the speaker as well. So think about you're in a conference, kind of like hallway conversation, and just hang out and talk with us, so with the speakers, and ask questions for your specific problem, or you have another things you would like to address it to. So here's our schedule, and we're gonna, as we started right now, and we have a short break. Actually, we are not really breaking, it's just gonna be a transition from one speaker to another speaker. So we're gonna make sure we have a smooth transition from each of the speakers. We have a longer break. It's gonna happen during lunchtime. There will be a fireside chat and during the lunchtime. So in our Eastern time, right? All these hours are in Eastern time, and which you can see from the YouTube channel, and also you can see the registration page or the DevSecOpsDays.com. So first session, it's going to cover up the first part of the day. We're talking about the culturals and threat modelings and business requirements. And after the session, we'll continue our journey as well with our keynote speakers, and from the DRITRA, and the Christopher Brazier was the first person actually as an organization. They have done DevSecOps and years ago. They have a lot of lesson learned examples. They really paint a lot of the issues when they tried to implement it. They had a great lesson learned, but they made it, and there's a great DevSecOps journey, and I'm really eager to hear what Mr. Christopher Brazier will tell us, and rest of other speakers as well. So I'm going to quickly go over the few items in the speakers. So, and here's the Christopher Brazier, and he's our chief tech operation officers from the DITRA. There's a long bios which you can access from our schedule page, as well as what Christopher does. And then the lineup speakers, and Sean Brady, and he's Under Secretary of Defense, and he's going to cover up more acquisition, sustainment, and issues, and how the DevSecOps will be implemented at start from acquisition perspective. It may not be true for your industry perspective, but it's actually, there is a tangential things you're going to learn a lot. How can we change our language or vocabularies in our contract so we can get it through? And Mr. Simone Curzi is going to talk in the threat modeling concept, and then Sare, she's going to talk on the cultural element, get the security and security components. And the next speaker is the Krishna, and he's going to talk about the practitioner perspective. And Victoria Hailey, and she's going to talk about the risk perspective and how we can get the risk aligned with the DevSecOps and how it's going to work together. And Ruth, actually, she's going to talk about on the culturals as well, and more practitioner and putting some mindset, and Ruth will cover up. And then lastly, two speakers, and Altaz, and he's a guru for the risk and risk management perspective, and he's going to talk about the risk again with the business, with the DevSecOps, and Steve, and he's going to talk about the metrics piece. And so we have a great lineup speakers is waiting for you to listen and learn. Again, this is really important to have engage with us and talk through the chat window. I wish we had an opportunity of in person, but use an opportunity what we have, and go to YouTube and put your questions. We're monitoring, and we have a more engagement sessions. So we have a moderators as well, and Susie and David will help me to moderate it throughout the sessions. So let's quickly, I'm going to go back to our last slides. So these are DevSecOps Days event that happening, and now the next one is the October 6th in Tokyo event, and then we're going to cover up for probably 12 speakers, and there'll be another 3-hour long sessions October. And also there's other events happening like the Rockies and London and South, so that will continue. And please follow up DevSecOpsDays.com for registered upcoming event. And we have another big event is coming up, which is All Day DevOps on November 12th, 2020. This is the 24-hour event, and we have about 150 speakers, and 24 hours, literally 24 hours, starting 3 a.m. in the morning. That will continue next day, which is total 24 hours. And then we'll have speakers from different perspectives, and also we have speakers from the different areas and different subset of the DevSecOps and SREs and metrics and cultural. So you will learn a lot. And I really encourage you guys to register it and be part of that event. So you will get more lesson learned and through that event. So SCA is also sponsoring that All Day DevOps too. If you're going to get more information, so here's the page that you can get from SCI web space and about the DevOps and DevOps blog and webinar and podcast. So we continuously and release the information about the DevOps. And then we are publishing the blog post and some technical paper as well, based on our lesson learned, based on our engagement. So there's an opportunity for you to engage with us as the continuous passion. So lastly, and I would like to thank our sponsors, and these are our community sponsors. They're really helping us to build up that communities. I really thank each of the sponsors that is part of this event and then make that happen. So that's it. And I would like to really be ready for the next speakers. So our next speakers will be Simone Curzi. So while we are setting up the break, and I would like to say a few words about the Simone. And Simone, he is the principal consultant from the Microsoft, and he has done a great work in the threat modeling perspective. But when we really talk about the security work, and it's really difficult, seems to get a threat modeling into the fashion of the DevOps, which is agility, which is a component. So Mr. Simone, he has been working how to make that threat modeling effective use and including the tools. And he also developed a tool as well as the part of Microsoft tooling, in which everybody knows the threat modeling tool. He's the creator of that threat modeling tool, and he's working for the next generation. So he has a lot of work has been done in that space. I'm really eager to see and what Simone is going to tell us and what is the relationship with the threat modeling and DevSecOps.
Thank you, Hasan, and welcome to everyone. DevSecOps is really an approach designed to support fast implementation, deployment, and operation of software solutions, and that mainly through automation. Therefore, it is only natural to wonder how security practices like threat modeling fare in this new world and what role they could play. I'm Simone Curzi. I'm a principal consultant from Microsoft Services, and I'm your host today to discuss this important topic. So DevSecOps is important, and that's something that has main focus time. So we are trying to achieve a lot of work in a short time, and this is essentially the core. One of the most important aspects of DevOps is to adopt agile methodologies, to adopt automation, to ensure that we can build and operate solutions in a much faster way and go in production in a very seamless way. So the key word here is to continuously approach implementation, to continuously approach integration, delivery, operation, collaboration, to work in a way that improve continuously how we work. And this also is related to security. We want to be sure that security is guaranteed during the whole process. And this means covering different aspects. Of course, very important, the culture. Security culture is fundamental and plays an important role. If you do not have a strong security culture in all the different roles, then it is very difficult. But also we need to ensure that the software is developed and deployed in an infrastructure that is secure, that is maintained securely, not only when we talk about the environment that is going to host the solution, but also the environment that is used for the development, and also all the life cycle needs to be secure. And you will see important concepts returning again and again when you talk about DevOps, like shifting left, which means anticipating as much as it is possible concepts like security to ensure that the process is maintained as effective and efficient as possible. For security, of course, it is very important to discuss about automation. And this is the main way security is seen in DevOps to achieve DevSecOps. And it is achieved through different categories of tools, typically. One of those categories is called the static application security testing tools, which are tools that essentially allow to identify potential vulnerabilities in the code that is written, sometimes when it is written or when it is built. And this is done continuously during the process. Also, we have the possibility to analyze the application as it works during the execution through the dynamic application security testing tools. And finally, another important category is the software composition analysis, which is represented by tools that analyze the different components that we use inside our solutions to identify known vulnerabilities, or even, why not, potential licensing issues, which is not exactly a security issue, but still it is very important to understand. Those are just examples. There are other categories, but typically those categories, those three are the most effective, the most present in the experience. So is that enough? Do we need to do something else? And let's consider the different tools that we have identified so far. So SaaS tools and the DAS tools, they first typically work on during the build. You have the code in the build phase. You can analyze that code using the static application security testing tools. But you need to have working solutions, at least partially working. So you typically are in the integration phase. And software composition analysis similarly is in the build phase. But we are not covering really the other phases. So for example, what about the planning phase when we are starting to identify the characteristic of the design of the solution? What should we do? And there is an example that I have collected here, just to let you understand how important it is to cover this phase as well. This is a real life example. So there was this solution which was related to devices. So you can imagine a IoT scenario. And we had some administrative APIs published. An API that would allow to get a list of devices, another API that would allow for administrative purposes to reset the credentials of those devices. Now, initially, there was no authentication suggested, no authentication required for those APIs. So what could have happened? Simply, someone could have worked instead of the administrator, could have contacted those APIs, and then the problem, because first you can enumerate the devices, then you can reset one by one. It's a few minutes work, and that would create a lot of value, because in that specific case, 1 hour disservice for each device would have meant $40,000 loss. And that's only for 1 hour of the service. And they had 1,000 devices. And it means the incident at the least, in average, would have meant 2 hours lost. So that a single incident would have cost $80 million. That would not have been identified, was not identified by the different SaaS DAS tools. That issue was not even identified by penetration testing. So this sort of problems still are, as you can see, are really very important, and they can be identified by understanding the system and by using a different approach. Essentially, the point is you need to understand the business that is behind the solution. automation doesn't know your business. And this is the main problem. So what should we do? Well, the classical approaches, applying tools, best practices, checklists, and so on, they provide some security, a very important security. They ensure that you are not doing the bad mistakes, those that really you cannot afford. But sometimes you need to go the extra mile. Is your solution exposed on internet? Is your solution business critical? Does your solution need to be compliant with the strict regulations like those related to privacy, or even the cost? Because if you can apply security very early, even in the design phase, in the first sprints of your project, that may really help you to save money. So that is also something that you should consider. And the answer to get all of that is threat modeling. What is threat modeling? Threat modeling is a process to understand what are the potential attacks that may occur to a system. And threat modeling allows to understand what are the potential losses that you can face due to those attacks, and also what you can do to ensure that you are not going to face those losses. So the intent is to reduce the risk that you are at an acceptable level. And to be really simple, the threat modeling process is built on 3 different phases. First of all, you need to understand the system. Then you have to analyze it to understand what may go wrong, what are the potential attacks. And finally, you have to apply the right mitigations. Now, you need to do that from different point of views. It's not sufficient to focus on the solution itself. That's very important, of course, but you need to go beyond that. You need to ensure that also your DevSecOps environment is secured. And this means to cover not only how you manage the process to develop, integrate, and deploy the solutions, but also how you operate it. And finally, specific scenarios may require additional focus, additional work. For example, a data scientist may have their own environment to do their job. You need to cover also those scenarios. After you do that, you can achieve a good security. But there are a lot of tools also out of there that automate more or less the threat modeling process. And you may think that by simply using those tools, you may achieve the goals that we are talking here about. It may be true in some way, but just consider that those tools tend to identify issues focusing only on tiny parts of your system. Again, as I said previously, automation doesn't know your business, doesn't know the overall characteristic of your systems, doesn't have an holistic approach. And that's exactly what we needed to have. We needed to have a process that allowed to anticipate as much as possible the security activities. And threat modeling allows that. That allows to catch problems that are typically not identified by the common tools that we have seen, SAS, DAST, and the software composition analysis. We needed to understand additional risks that may happen before they happen by using our mind. And this is exactly the point. The best threat modeling tool is yourself. And to be the most effective and efficient in doing threat model, first of all, you need to have a good understanding of the security and about the risks. You need to have an holistic approach. It is not possible to focus only on the infrastructure or on single systems or on application, you needed to cover that and also the solution as a whole, as we have seen. And also, it's very important to never assume security, to really understand why a system is secure and be skeptic, essentially. But it's also true that the existing threat modeling tools still have an important role to play. So just do not think that I'm saying they are not useful. They are useful. And this is because most threats are common. They return again and again, and you need to cover common threats, not only those that are specific to your solution, to that scenario. And also, many of the commercial tools have the ability to understand a little about your business, and that allows to identify, to provide this, for example, a good evaluation of the risk for your system, and that's important. And finally, some of those tools are integrated with the various tracking tools that you use, and that makes the adoption inside the DevSecOps process much more effective and useful for you. Thank you very much. That's it from my side. So if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer.
So Simone, I have a few questions. Thank you so much. A great presentation, Simone. I really like that, how you're trying to get a threat modeling. I have a few questions, and about specifically, we said that like shifting left to the security concept. Now I've been hearing a lot when I do the DevSecOps, people are asking, how can I do the shift left for the threat modeling? Because threat modeling is more about the understanding the threat and do some mitigation. What do you think the shift left will help us to the better threat modeling?
Great question. First of all, threat model is a typically process that cannot be executed in a single moment. It's a process that needs to flow with your project. So if we consider agile methodologies like Scrum, where you have multiple sprints, a shifting left means that you have to anticipate as much as possible the understanding the system that is going to be built. And this typically means that during the sprint zero, the very first sprint that you do, where you start to understand the problem space, you needed to start doing the threat model. And then you need to continue to refine your understanding about the system and to identify potential issues on the previously analyzed system, but also on the new features that are designed during the additional sprints. Shifting left means to anticipate as much as possible and essentially follow the process, the design process that is typically of the project, and work with that process so that in real time or quasi real time, you can provide an assessment about the security of what is produced.
So I'm going to have another, thank you so much, Simone. Another question as a follow-up and talking about, again, shift left concept. So in other things in DevOps, we have been saying that we have to fail fast and learn fast as well. Do you see learning mechanisms will help to better threat modeling?
Learning plays a huge role with the threat modeling. If I think about the threat models I did something like 5 years ago, or even a week ago, I will say that I'm not the same threat modeler and I will do things differently. It is a continuous learning experience, and you need to be critical, self-critical about what you do to learn and to ensure that what you provide is continuously better than what you did in the past. And I will say that this is extremely important also for the threat modeling process. We shall not consider the threat modeling process as something fixed in time. We needed to ensure that it is continuously revised and optimized based on our needs.
That's actually a good point, because everybody's thinking threat modeling is a static work, has to be done at the beginning and creating all the mitigations. But if the mitigation is not applied properly in the development phases or not revised as based on the learning, right, there will be no benefit. So it's a misconception. So let's talk about a little bit about that conception, Simone. You mentioned a lot of automation in your talk. And I'm sure everybody's thinking about how can I really automate the threat modeling, that static thinking, make it as the same thing how we do DevOps with automation. It looks like they're contradicting each other, but how can we get a static work and make it more dynamic, changing, and apply into the DevSecOps? Because DevSecOps is really going fast, but threat modeling, can we go fast like that, or what we should do? I know it's a longer discussion, whatever you have, we have time. So I would like to really dive into the more that specific. We have a couple more minutes. We have about 10 minutes, we can talk. So
this is the reason why I told that to be threat modeling, when we are talking about agile methodologies, must be done during each sprint, because that allows to ensure that the view that you have around the system are refined and reviewed continuously. Automation, I see a space, as I said, for automation for threat modeling, but typically is essentially to ensure that you are covering the basics, that you are not leaving out things like encryption of the communication of data in transit. That's what you need that for. But you will not be able to use that those tools to really understand the system and to really apply the best security controls for the solution. Also, I will say that you need to keep track of your solution in execution. So that's also a very good source of information related to what happens, because reality is different from what you face, what you expect. You may think that attackers will do some things, and instead you may see different behaviors. And you need to get this learning to ensure that your threat model is defined accordingly, and that you prioritize activities in the right way based on that learning. That's fundamental, because that means that you can cover more efficiently some activities, and typically you cannot do everything.
If I hear you correctly, you are proposing, let's do the threat modeling as a feature that we are working on it, and focus on that features, and using the agile techniques for whatever the Scrum method or whatever the techniques we're using it, make sure that we are doing the modeling for a feature and carry out through the pipeline. Is that?
Threat modeling is not, you should consider that not as a validation activity. It's a design activity. It's a design for security. When you think about designing a solution, are you thinking about using a tool to do that? Perhaps to draw the diagrams, yes, but you need to have an architect doing that. Threat modeling is exactly the same activity. You cannot ask a machine to perform the activity of an architect.
Right, but we have some mitigations based on the threat. So mitigation, we have the modeling, we create a overall system architectures, and we know that for the specific features. Another aspect of when I look at threat modeling, Simone, I'm looking for the mitigations that how to resolve that threat. Mitigation is actually what the developer is writing the code, or maybe mitigation is going to be doing a proper configuration. So these are kind of like how we do, and a model is going to tell us what to verify, right? So that's kind of pieces makes more relevant to the how can we verify things we are building correctly with the concept of what we did the threat modeling at the beginning.
Well, I think about that as an integrated responsibility of the various controls, the various validations that are performed. So threat modeling is an activity that is mostly at the design phase, is a mostly design tool for security, can be used also for validation, but at the end of the day, you have also other tools. After you identify that, yes, you needed indeed to encrypt the channel, because you may have some potential problems. The test of the quality of the encryption, the test that you are protected against the type of attacks that are performed, that they shall not be executed necessarily by doing another threat model. They shall be tested using some specifically designed tests, perhaps based on DAS tools or SAS tools or unit testing specific to that, and so on.
So I have one more question, so we have time. And the question is, we did a threat modeling more about the application layer, Simone. Can you open up a little bit? We needed a threat modeling on how to build, which is our DevSecOps pipeline, because even the DevSecOps pipeline has a CI/CD, there's a lot of component in it. As a developers or DevSecOps person, we often ignore that pieces. We are thinking as a granted, like using a containerized version of the pipeline or using a Jenkins. When we get a Jenkins as an example, we are saying it's great, it's good to go. But the work needs to be done to secure a Jenkins as an example configuration perspective. It is not the Jenkins fault, it is our fault. So what do you think about having a threat modeling for a software factory, which is a DevSecOps environment? What do you suggest? What's your thought on it, Simone?
Yeah, what I say is that typically in our threat models, we do cover those topics. So you needed to analyze the solution from multiple perspectives. And the CI/CD is one of them, definitely. So yes, you needed to ensure that the solution is secure, that the process that is adopted to implement the solution, to deploy the solution, the secrets, how they are managed and how they are deployed, that is secure. Operation needs to be done securely. And also you need, from a threat modeling perspective, identify what are the potential attacks and identify potential ways to get alerts related to those attacks, and then plan what to do when those attacks happen. This is to achieve a defense in depth approach. If a control fails, then you can detect at least that it is failing and you can do things. So this is definitely something that must be done. Yes.
Like I hear a lot of stories, which is adversaries are trying to take an advantage of tooling. And since everybody's using as an example, container, now we see a lot of the vulnerabilities in the container level or the Kubernetes as an example. And as an engineer, we are thinking as a granted, which can take it, but we should the threat model for the pipeline itself, for the tools. Then we have to continuously monitor that, right? We have to continuously monitor any changes. That's kind of like a learning piece, as you mentioned. It is evolving. It's not a study anymore. We don't want to create a long threat modeling documents with all this a fancy word in it and creating a 60 pages. We're not going to solve our problem. It's not a threat modeling problem. It is how we do the process. Am I right?
Absolutely. And I would add to that many of the tools that we have, many of the approaches that we have are focused on protecting against the risk of getting some bugged software that would have security vulnerabilities. But sometimes, most of the times, we are not covering the potential risk of having malicious code inserted by developers, which is a relatively more rare occurrence, but it may happen. And in some cases, it happens, in particular if you are using resources to develop the solutions, perhaps coming from different geographies with political reasons. Mm-hmm. So that could be a risk that need to be addressed. And the way to address that is to think about the risk during the threat model.
So I have just to wrap up things, and Simone, if you want to advise for us and for our listeners, and do you want to talk about what things we should not do it, like an anti-pattern, and which is eliminate a misconception? So do you have any suggestions for us not do it?
Yes, what I've seen is that the quality for threat models is extremely important. You may have bad threat models that would give you the impression that the threat models are a cost. They are not providing any value. When you do threat model, when someone does a threat model, you need really to get a good understanding of the system, and you need to put this knowledge in understanding what may go wrong. If the threat modeling exercise is not seen as a value, very well it may become a problem, a part of the problem instead of something useful. So work on getting quality threat models. That's my recommendation. There are ways to do that because quality threat models can provide a lot of value.
So quality is just the content. It's not using your tools, get the tools done everything for us.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
We have to really tie into another keyword you said, Simone, I really like that, tying to the threat modeling to the business. It's important to tie the business prioritizations. That goes to the risk as well. We're going to cover up today more risk in business, but that's how we really start from the foundation. That was the reason we put in the first speaker said, Tal, what is this? We have to start from the why. And threat modeling, it's kind of helping me to why I have to do security. Yeah. What is the purpose? Instead of being a more reactive, it makes me more proactive by understanding why I have to do based on my business context, based on my technical context, so I can really define what I should do based on what is the reasons, and then have a continuous process. It's not a one-time job, it's a continuous process, right?
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, Simone. It was a great talk. I wish we have more time to talk with you, and looking forward to have you in another session somewhere in some other events. And Simone will be us in a couple more minutes. If you have any questions, put in the chat window or send us a questions or be part of our fire chat sessions. So Simone, I'm assuming you will be there in the fire chat session, right? If you have time, because I know you are in the European zone. So yeah, Simone will be there as well. So we'll continue our discussions. Let's have great communications in terms of eliminating misunderstanding about the threat modeling. It is not a roadblocker. It is enabler for DevSecOps. I would like to hear talk and more. So thank you so much, Simone.
Thank you.
We will be a moment short break and to have another speaker lineup and continue and watching for us. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Our next speaker today is Sare Ehmann. Sare joins us from the Software Engineering Institute. Sare is a senior DevOps engineer who joined the SEI in April of 2020 after spending 5 years as a software consultant and engineer with Pivotal, which is now VMware. At Pivotal, Sare helped many companies change the way they built and ran software, from upskilling their development competencies to creating automated deployment pipelines, to cultural and agile transformation, and to user-centered development and design. Sare is passionate about test-driven development and testing in general. Sare also has a lot of experience in pair programming and story writing and cloud-native application maturation. With that, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Sare.
Hello, everyone that I can't see. This is kind of odd for me. This is my first virtual conference, so bear with me, please. Thank you for that great introduction, Dave. That was me in a nutshell. And one of the things that I learned in my consulting years at Pivotal was that a lot of teams struggle with bringing together their engineering and security teams. There's typically friction there, and it's just on a scale of how much friction there is and how bumpy the road gets, right? So what I wanted to talk to you about today was closing that gap and trying to bring your security and your engineering team closer together, because we live in this world of DevOps and DevSecOps now, where we're trying to form these fast feedback cycles, right? And the core of what I have found is that the feedback cycles between engineering and security are still tending to be on a longer loop. So, hi. This is really awkward not having an audience. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, let's see here. So what I'm going to talk through a little bit is the sources of those friction, the friction between development and security efforts. And for the purposes of this talk, I'm saying development to be a broad swath of people, product and design and all of that. Basically, anybody that's trying to get this app into production. And security to mean security, InfoSec, compliance, anybody in that with sort of that lens on the project. Then I want to take you through an example of the worst experience I've had between development and security, and this is what I'm calling little fish and tech giant, and then how we went about repairing some of the damage that we saw there. Okay, so let's jump right into the sources of friction between security and development. So one of the things that I like to think about, I'm a writer at heart, and I always try to remember when I'm in any situation that everybody is the hero in their own story, right? Everybody is making the best decision they can at any point. And so if there is friction, it's usually because there's a perspective that's missing, right? People have two different lenses that they're viewing a situation, and they don't quite align. So one of the first things I do whenever I get into a client situation where there's friction between development and security is I look at, okay, what are the sources of this friction? Like, what is it that security is trying to do where development's getting in the way? And what is development trying to do where security is getting in the way? And this is just kind of a quick list of the most common things I find. From a developer perspective, right? And I have a developer background, so I'm going to say we when I mean developers. Sorry about that. But from a developer perspective, there's often the feeling that security is holding us back, right? Like we want to go fast, we want to move forward, and security is like this big roadblock that gets thrown up and stops us in our tracks. It also, like now that we're automating the DevOps processes, it really interrupts your automation, right? Because if we have this automated loop that takes us all the way to prod, where does security fit in there? We've got to stop something manually, typically, and like have a security sign off or something, and then we get all kind of out of, we're out of our groove or thrown off, right? Also, there's this other perception that it takes forever, right? That I throw something over the wall to security and they take weeks, months, sometimes to get back to me. So I can't depend on them to meet my timeline. Also, I don't know if anybody else has experienced this, but I have, where you submit something for a security review and you come back with a failure that isn't anything that you've touched, but it's something you did like 2-3 months ago and they've already signed off on, but now they're rejecting it. So you always have this sense of like, oh man, we got to make sure we don't highlight anything wrong that's already been approved, because we could fail now for, you know, something that's not our fault, right? And also, like, dealing with security can be intimidating, right? Oftentimes developers don't really know what security is looking for and don't really know how to talk to them. And they get these sort of like terse responses that are just hard to decode. So there's a lot of, you know, things that on the developer side make a lot of sense. When you switch to the security perspective, there's also a lot of reasons that security has friction with development. And one of the main ones is that, you know, they get this thing lumped over the wall at them, and gosh, we needed approval on it yesterday, right? There's always this ticking clock on their work. Also, this can happen, especially in dysfunctional environments or environments like we're going to see shortly with Little Fish and Tech Giant, where there can be a distrust of developers in the security people, where maybe they've been burned in the past, or maybe as agile processes change, or, you know, as agile gets introduced and processes change, what agile introduces into a system is basically chaos, right? And we're trying to control the chaos and have just enough process to make us go fast and lean, right? Well, anytime you introduce chaos into a system, just look at the world with COVID. What do people do? They cling more tightly to what they know and they get more rigid, right? So, you know, it's easy for this mistrust to sort of happen and get injected into your system. Security is also doing this Sisyphean effort where that's the guy who has to push the rock up the hill and then it falls down again every day, right? Everything that they get lumped over the wall at them is this big rock that they have to push up a hill. And then as soon as they push it up the hill, it resets and they have to push up another rock. But they also have at the same time an Atlassian responsibility. Atlas is the guy who held the world on his shoulders. And sorry, I've been reading a lot of stuff that references Greek myths lately, so those just came to mind. But so Atlas is the guy who has to hold up the sky, basically. And you know, if you think about it, that's kind of the security perspective, right? Is I have to do the same thing over and over again, and everything falls back on me. And here's where I want to talk about personal responsibility and liability for a second. It's not as common in the US, but in a lot of other countries, there is a personal liability that people sign off on when they join a company. And it says something to the effect of, any mistake that I make, I am financially liable to the company. So if you're in a small company, you know, you're looking at $10,000 a mistake, you know, maybe that's scary, but okay. If you're looking at a big company, you know, like an automotive company or a tech giant, you're looking at millions and billions of dollars per mistake. And that's a lot of responsibility. And for a security person, you're signing your name on that line and saying, I approve this. I've looked it over and I agree that this is sufficiently secure. And that can have very real monetary and personal risks for some people. Also, you know, just like developers are always scrambling to keep up with the latest tech stack, so is security, right? Every new tech stack has new vulnerabilities, it has new ways of interacting with the existing ops stacks. And then now that we've got DevOps in the picture and we're all moving around as quickly as possible, our ops stacks are changing all the time, right? Because we're so agile. Well, security is then being left with a big bill that says you have to learn all of these things and you have to keep up with all the changes internally across our entire technology suite, which is quite an effort. So I hope that kind of frames the perspective of both parties as we move forward. And now I want to go into this example of Little Fish and Tech Giant. And this is, again, the worst, most dysfunctional conflict I have seen between security and development. And that's why I want to shine a spotlight on it, because you know, this example is not going to speak to you on every level, but some of the pieces of it probably will speak to you and will resonate a bit with something in your experience. All right, so Little Fish was a relatively small development company, had about 20 developers, had been in business about 4 years. And at that point, it was doing very well, so Tech Giant bought it. They scaled to about 100 developers in 6 months for the little fish portion of their company. And obviously, when you scale that quickly, you have some problems, right? Your old talent leaves, your new talent is undertrained. Everybody's kind of scrambling to understand what they need to do and what already is there and everything like that, and get their feet under them. And during that period of churn and growth, the tech giant company auditor, internal auditors and penetration testers and things did an audit of the little fish code and found basically a lot of vulnerabilities, and some of them were pretty severe. So now this is, so at this point, tech giant thinks, oh my gosh, all the little fish developers are idiots. They don't know what they're doing. They're cowboys out there, and we need to control them, right? We need to, because now tech giant security is on the line, right? Because they've consumed little fish. So tech giant enforces the security audit on all new code from little fish, and they're saying, we're going to clean up the bad stuff and we're going to prevent new bad stuff from entering, right? And this is where the problem really started, was when the security audit was imposed. And this is also when I joined. So I joined after about a year of this conflict going on. At the point when I got there, both sides were very resentful. The tech giant, InfoSec, really liked waterfall development. It liked the gateways. It liked having input at all these different stages and feeling secure in its sign-off. But Little Fish was agile, and they were a relatively small agile company, so they didn't really have anything like what Tech Giant had ever seen before, what their InfoSec team had seen before. They were used to, small team consensus and small team security. Tech Giant wanted these big documentation efforts, right? They wanted the user manual and the architecture manual and all of that. And Little Fish just never did that, because why did they need to? It was all in their developers' heads. Tech Giant also really wanted a completed product, right? They wanted that waterfall view. They wanted to say, here's the world view, here's how it will be. And I agree that that's how it will be, and put their okay on it. But Little Fish was very much into MVP and just-in-time development and, emergent architecture and things like that. And so, Tech Giant's looking at this and like, you guys are nuts, right? How can I sign off on this thing when it's not done yet? And Little Fish is like, yeah, but you got to sign off on it so that we can do the next bit, right? So you can see that there's, a lot of tension already just in that statement. But in addition to that, this Tech Giant InfoSec was way overworked. So they had one person who was now responsible for all of Little Fish. And that person was already at full capacity when they were given the Little Fish job. And it's also a lot of responsibility on one person to fix all the problems that Little Fish had. And meanwhile, they've been told for about a year that they were going to get help, that Tech Giant was going to hire on 3 new security people to work with Little Fish. And after a year, this person who had been, doing these heroic efforts to keep everybody secure and up to date was kind of fed up with that, right? So they were taking out some of their resentment that they were overworked and that Tech Giant was not supporting them. They were taking that out on Little Fish too. And what this all culminated in was this horrible, aggressive communication style where people were shouting at each other in meetings. They were just sending nasty emails. They were throwing each other under the bus and stabbing each other in the back by forwarding emails with, critical commentary to leadership and things. And it was just, it was a mess. And I didn't really believe it until I saw it happen. I was like, oh no, we're all professionals. Nobody would do that. And then it happened. And I was, okay, yeah, you're right. This is bad. So how did we fix it? This is the $1 million question. And let me tell you, it wasn't easy. So I was on this project for, I think, 3 months. So my whole reference here is a 3-month time frame, which means, one, the good news is you can start to repair the damage in as little as 3 months. That sounds like a payment plan, doesn't it? Anyway, so you can start to repair your damage very quickly, but I don't know about the long-term success of this endeavor, because I was then pulled off the project, and ultimately my contacts at Little Fish left, and I have no insight there anymore. All right, so what did we do to repair the damage? Basically, it came down to these 4 steps. And this is not like we went step by step. This was all mixed up and garbled up, and we were throwing things at the wall and seeing what stuck. But towards the end, we came out with this list. And the first thing that we did had to do with we had to change these communication dynamics, right? Things were awful and negative and abusive, and that had to stop. And we also wanted to change the paradigm for interacting with InfoSec. I'll get more into that in a minute. We produced artifacts that supported this new interaction that we wanted to model. And then ultimately, we had to create living artifacts because the kind of artifacts that InfoSec was used to in the waterfall world were dead artifacts that didn't get updated and they didn't trust. So we had to come up with a way to instill trust in this process, especially since the trust was already so far degraded. So for the communication dynamics, basically what we did was we found the most effective communicators on our team. And we made a little sub-team of like 3 people, and they were the only people that were allowed to talk to InfoSec until things were improved and repaired. And we took like our high empathy, high patience people, and just those were the only people that would talk to InfoSec. Because InfoSec, even though we were saying, hey, we want to make your job easier, we don't want to fight about this. Like we're on the same team. We're trying to get to the same goal. InfoSec was still in this adversarial relationship to us, not really trusting yet that our attitudes had changed, which is valid, right? We had to prove that we deserved their empathy, right? Because we had been toxic to them and they were just repeating this pattern. So in order to break that pattern, we had to model the pattern that we wanted to see, which was this very close, tight feedback loop where we had short calls, fast communication, right? And ultimately, there was, from our end, we had to specifically not engage in any disagreement or defensiveness, which was really tough at first. But that's why we've got this little sub-team, because they were the people that, when InfoSec would start yelling or whatever, they wouldn't yell back, right? So anyway, we had to find the little group of people that could like change this communication dynamic and really have empathy for InfoSec and sit down at the table and say, we want to get to a better place. Once we had that, this is when we started to move into this changing the interaction paradigm. And ultimately, like what typically happens with InfoSec or any kind of security is, again, we take our code and we throw it over the wall and we say, approve this for me, right? Oh, and do it very quickly because I'm on a deadline. And that, looking through the security person lens, that can be very risky for them, right? And it can add a lot of stress to their work. So instead of lumping things over the wall and saying, give me your stamp of approval, we wanted to move to help me make smart decisions around security, right? So instead of giving them a ball of finished stuff and saying validate it, we're giving them a decision before we've actually written the code and said, which one is better? And we started this out with, we had this very simple REST API, and we wanted to secure it. And there were 2 patterns to secure it. There was the tech giant way, and there was the little fish way. So we were like, okay, I as a consultant don't know the right answer. The team that I was working with was relatively new. They didn't know the right answer. So we went to security and said, help us figure out what is the right answer here. What would you prefer? What does tech giant as regards to little fish, like what do they prefer us to do? And that was kind of the first question that we asked to model this new paradigm. And it took about 6 weeks to get an answer to that question. It was not easy. It was there were a lot of teeth that we had to pull and a lot of threads we had to unravel and things like that. But once it took about, I think probably 2 weeks for us to just even get through to security to say, hey, we want you to help us decide and not to stamp it not to give us your approval on this decision. Like we don't want to make the decision and have you approve it. We want you to help us make the right decision beforehand. And that was a very hard thing for us to communicate, mostly because we were just communicating so poorly overall. But it was a very important change for us to make because that's ultimately what fueled us to be able to go forward. All right, so as we went through this process of changing our interaction paradigm to help inform me on the right way to go instead of bless what I've already done, we had to stop using those old artifacts because the old artifacts were the things that InfoSec was used to looking at, right? And when we would give them a partially completed artifact, they would be like, well, this isn't the whole thing. We need the whole thing. And we'd say, well, the whole thing doesn't exist yet. We want you to help us make this one decision. So like using their existing forms and templates and everything was just very confusing for them. So we ended up asking them, instead of saying, give us a reference, we would say, well, what do you need to know in order to help us? And then we would iterate on delivering that information to them until it was presented in a way that clicked for that person. The other thing that we very quickly learned was that we had to always add and modify, but never remove. Because what we were trying to do was we were trying to simplify the question, right? When we finished this one question, we wanted to hand them another one and say, this one's done, take it off the list, here's the next one. And they were getting really nervous that we were taking things off. So we just, kept aggregating it. And then we would say, okay, you've decided on this one, now we're going to look at this one specifically. And that kind of eased some of the tension. The final thing that we had to do was create these living artifacts. And this was because, we were constantly working on the system, and there was a concern that, and I think a very valid concern from our security people, that if they approved a decision, it would get misconstrued as approving the entire project, right? And so they were very hesitant at first to say, like, yes, I agree with this decision, because they were thinking we might take that and say, oh, InfoSec signed off on this whole app, right? And so ultimately, what we did was we used Gitbook, which is a really cool tool. If you've never used it, it's awesome. It takes markdown files, and you can basically create an ebook out of them. And you can either deliver it as a running server where people can interact with it and get the information, or you can deliver it in a PDF format, which is, we ultimately did both of those. And what that meant was that every time our code updated, right, we put it in our DevOps pipeline. So every time we delivered the artifact to development, we also served up the Gitbook server to development. So this documentation was living, and it updated as our code changed, right? So that gave InfoSec confidence that they were always looking at the right thing. In order to do that, we had to make updating markdown files part of our developer etiquette, right? We had to go in and say, okay, it's up to developers to update these README files as needed when things change. And then ultimately, when they would sign off on a decision, right, we would put the decision in the markdown, like all of our questions and things. And when they would get back to us with answers, we would record that in the markdown, and then we would record, the SHA, that they had signed off on, right? Because Git is just all changes, right? It has these little has SHAs to tell you, commit history. And so we used the Git SHA as a way to show our good faith to InfoSec and basically create an audit trail where we were now saying, okay, you've signed off on this SHA and you've signed off on the documents, right? And the code base as it is in this SHA, not in the whole world. And that ultimately was very comforting to them, because then we could use that to do differences, right? We could do git diff and show all of the things that had changed since their last approval. We could show changes on the documents. We could show changes on the code base. They could use those git diff tools to see, like, what tests have changed. I see all this code has changed, but what tests have changed, right? And it really helped them get to know our code base better and have a lot more confidence that we were doing the right thing as developers. So then the question is, was it successful? And this is where I said earlier, like, in 3 months, I can tell you what I saw, but I can't tell you long term. So what was successful about it was that in the 3 months that we were there, we did change this horribly toxic, draining relationship between development and security into something that was tentatively hopeful, is I think how I'll describe it. It wasn't perfect, right? But we were making progress, and we were making steps to improve the communication. And especially with, like, the living documentation, having our documentation live with our source code, having the developer etiquette in there, and continuously showing our good faith to security, we were repairing that relationship. And by the end of it, security was still tentative, because again, they have a big responsibility. They weren't familiar with iterative development. They weren't familiar with emergent architecture, things like that. So they still had some big questions. And ultimately, like, what we were doing is every time those came up was we just had to prove to them that, yes, we're listening. Yes, we have it recorded. And we had a little place, in our documentation that said, hey, here's a big InfoSec concern, right? And as long as we were acknowledging it, they were okay with that, right? But we had to figure out how to listen to them as much as we wanted them to listen to us, right? And it was rocky, but considering where we started, which was people yelling at each other and trying to get each other fired, I think where we ended was pretty darn good. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention is I'm a huge fan of Gitbook. Also, we used Mermaid.js to create the charts in Markdown. I see David smiling a little bit. I've tried to push Mermaid on him. Basically, it's Markdown. If you never use it, it's Markdown code that lets you create like a flowchart or a sequence diagram or like all these little charts. And it's so nice because from this documentation standpoint, you're no longer chasing down the person who has the Visio file, right? And you're not like having to source control these awful Visio files and stuff. It's all just Markdown, and then the Mermaid plugin handles it for you. It's wonderful. I love Mermaid. All right, so to recap, because I think I'm running out of time here, we talked about some of the sources of friction between development and security, and we also, talked about Little Fish and Tech Giant and their disastrous relationship, and how we went about repairing that damage through, and I'm going to have to look back at my notes here, through changing the communication dynamics, changing the paradigm for interaction from a please approve me to a please help me, producing artifacts to support the new interaction, and then creating these living artifacts. And so I guess at this point, I am asking if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Sare. If I don't see any coming in on the chat just yet, but I do have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
What role did automation play in your relationship with security?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that, because that's something that I cut out of this for time. So as I mentioned, we deployed our Gitbook continuously to our development space as part of our automated deployment process. And that was so InfoSec could jump in at any time, and also so that we could jump in at any time, and our downstream consumers could jump in at any time, and our upstream consumers could jump, right? And everybody could jump in at any time and see what we were doing. But there is a level of this that is still very immature, right? We're still manually generating these PDFs for InfoSec. InfoSec is still doing kind of a manual sign-off that is interrupting our continuous flow of DevOps. And so there's another phase to this that we never got to, which is automating this approval. And I imagine that would look something just like, or something similar to the way that you automate, going to prod in environments where you have to, have a separation of concerns, right? And you have somebody who has the ability to push the go to prod button, and everything up to that point is automated. Well, I could see how you would generate this book, you would automatically distribute it to security, and they would have some mechanism to approve it, which you would then look for, right? And it would, and going through those steps, you could automate those steps, and then that approval, however it comes in, would then signify, hey, I can now, progress to the next stage of going to prod, or I get kicked back and here's some messaging that happens or whatever. So again, we hadn't gotten that far because this was still very immature, but I can totally see, and I think that we need to think about how to, pull this into our automation and how to, make this easy.
So we have another question coming in on chat, and it's similar to a question that I had about the timeline, the intervals at which you worked with security. Did your timelines change as you went through this process? Did the intervals get shorter? Did it somehow hinder security or something like that? Yeah.
So where we started at this once a week interval. And this was before we decided, hey, we need to fix all this. This was like at the very beginning where I'm like naively, we should pull security in and it'll be great. I promise. And that obviously blew up and did not work well at all. So once that happened, we went to a daily conversation with security. And it was pretty tough to get security on the phone with us at first. Because they really wanted to talk through email. They were in a different city, in a different time zone and everything. So it wasn't like we could go to their desk and just have a conversation. But because we couldn't go to their desk and have a conversation, and we couldn't show our good faith through interpersonal actions, we had to make a more conscientious effort to show them, be transparent about them in real time. So we went to a daily call, and that was the 2 weeks of extreme frustration where, you know, we were sort of talking at cross purposes, and we were trying to say, we want to help you and make your life better. And they were like, but I need the whole world, right? And once we kind of started to communicate in the same direction and say, okay, like, you know, I still want the whole world, or we still want to make your life better, but we're going to give you little pieces of what you want. And, you know, and they're like, well, I don't have to take the whole world, right? And we're starting to get alignment a little bit. Once that started happening, we went to, you know, not as frequent, and we could start to rely more on email and things like that over these phone conversations. But we had to establish that trust in more of an immediate way first. By the end of it, I think we were talking like every 3 days. And that was mostly because,
That sounds like a big improvement. Sarah, thank you so much for your talk today. I'm afraid we're running out of time here. We're going to take a short break, and after the break, your next talk will be by Stephen Woodward on the subject of delivering DevSecOps value faster, use metrics and standards. So thank you so much for your talk today, Sarah.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker is Mr. Stephen Woodward from Cloud Perspectives. Stephen Woodward is the founder of Cloud Perspectives, a cloud change agent. He is a co-editor with the ISO group for Agile and DevSecOps subject areas and has contributed to the DevOps and DevSecOps standards within the IEEE and the Cloud Security Alliance. Stephen served as the convener of the ISO Cloud Service Connectivity Advisory Group and is the liaison between several of those groups. Stephen has over 30 years of experience in software metrics and service level agreements. He's the author of several chapters in books and in industry publications. Is a frequent presenter at various universities and enjoys the continuous learning opportunities and the opportunity to influence the next generation of IT service professionals. Stephen is known for his real-life examples and for providing practical insights to reduce risk and improve IT decision-making. This next talk is going to have a lot of discussion about metrics, I think, and I'm really looking forward to it. With that, Stephen.
Great, thanks very much. Appreciate the opportunity to participate in this very interesting day. As David was saying, my topic's going to be DevSecOps, delivering value faster, and with the most exciting message, of course, being around metrics and standards. Yeehaw! I know a message, a topic area that is really exciting to so many people. So of course I say that tongue in cheek. So I do try to keep this fairly light because metrics and standards is a pretty dry subject area. So I'll be moving along pretty quick to finish off in about 25 minutes to give us at least 5 minutes for questions and answers. So here we go. So the agenda, just to keep me structured, I'll be providing a quick introduction, explaining why context is everything, walking through goals, objectives, outcomes, why standardization matters, DevSecOps and metrics, and a quick closing perspective and context. So as David was saying, I participate in a lot of different groups. My wife, whenever I show this list, she highlights to me, how many of these do you actually get paid for? Not enough is always my answer. So again, I'm just kind of involved all over the place in different standards groups. So my belief is using standards are good. I don't believe you just use one standard, you use the standard that's right for the job. Similarly, in addition to standards groups, I actually have my hand writing a couple of books or editing some books. So these are some of the books that I've had my fingers in. Once again, I get paid equally well for these activities. So I'm not funding my retirement very well. So context is everything. So this is a story that I use, and it actually takes a little bit of time, but it's usually provides a really good example of, you know, how to actually use metrics to actually paint a picture and provide meaningful context. So my wife and I were visiting California a few years ago, and my wife noticed a bear. So hopefully you can see there's a dark image kind of in the middle of the frame. And she looks over at me and she says to me, "So what's too close? The bear's walking towards us." Okay, in simple terms for me, if you're asking me, is it too close? It's probably too close. So you don't really need a high degree of accuracy. It's basically a more subjective aspect. But this bear kept coming towards us. And so I thought, well, this is a great example of just using metrics and showing how you use metrics to paint a picture and provide perspective. So metric one, deterrent. Did we have bear spray or anything like that? No, we had zero deterrent. So on the deterrent metric, we had zero. The bear I estimated to be 300 pounds. Now, I didn't actually weigh the bear. So I was quite comfortable with my estimate. and believing that that was going to be to a reasonable level of accuracy for us to make an informed decision and provide perspective. So 300 pounds translates into 136 kilograms. So this is interesting on the metrics side because a good metric you can actually convert to other units to provide meaningful perspective to a wider audience. So pounds is a good unit of measure. We were about 20 meters from the bear. So again, that works out to be about 21 yards. Then I actually did some research later, and from my research, I found that at 75 yards or 68.5 meters, the bears typically feel disrupted. So in hindsight now, I'm thinking this really, we were actually in a pretty serious situation in hindsight. There was a shed about 10 yards away, or 10 meters away. Our car was approximately 150 meters away, or 160 yards. A bear can run at 22 miles per hour, or approximately 35 kilometers per hour. I estimate that I can run at 15 kilometers an hour, or 10 miles an hour, so that's not good. And this was a few years ago, so I know those numbers I would have to adjust today. I would have to further calibrate, given my lack of exercise and activity. I'd be lucky to hit probably 10 kilometers an hour, but probably I could go a lot faster if I'm being chased by a bear. So this left me with one of the last perspectives. How fast can my wife run? So yeah, so this hopefully just provides an example of how you use metrics to basically paint a picture and provide context that allows you then to be better informed and make better decisions. We did actually walk away cautiously, no problem at all. But it did leave me with a lot more set of informed information and quantitative information that I don't know. Next time I see a bear, I'm going to be trying to stay further away. Goals, objectives, and outcomes. So the executives often love to talk about goals and objectives and outcomes. So here's some context for DevSecOps to consider as potential goals that a specific organization may have. So, for example, they may actually have issues around their delivery to their customers. So they may want to improve and speed up their delivery of valuable software to their customers. Perhaps there was a security incident, so they detected malware 8 months after it was installed. So that could be, something that they want to try to resolve and address. Sensitive healthcare data, 5,000 patients was stolen 6 months ago. Well, that's something that you'd want to try to address as well and look at what metrics might be applicable to actually resolve some of those problems. Customers are canceling services. Well, of course, again, right, you need to think of what particular metrics will be most important for you to actually track and monitor. IT spending is higher than allocated. Sometimes there's been sticker shock as organizations move to cloud services and they don't realize that, oh, I'm actually paying 5 cents for every time we call this particular API. And we only call it a few million times a day. So you need different metrics around that aspect. Business benefits, value unrealized. So these are around business value aspects. So message here is you need to think about the goals in context of, are these focused around resolution of problems? And think about what metrics will actually provide the best insights and value. Next, or the other aspect is there might be more opportunities or alternative opportunities to be more proactive or look at what are some of the technical enabling metrics. So for example, detecting malware within 1 hour of deployment, reducing cost per feature that's being developed or deployed and delivered, reduce overall cost of total ownership, reduce number of server hops. So that's very much on the technical side. Business doesn't really care about that, right? They really care about their response time. You never hear a business user say, can you please reduce the number of server hops? Doesn't happen. Could this be an important measure and metric for some of the technical networking folks? Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. So again, it's not like one metric is more important than another. It's just one metric provides different context and different lenses. Improving defect removal, increasing user customer efficiency. So those are all going to be things that are going to be more proactive or technical in nature. And these are just examples again. So is faster better? So automation is one of the core aspects in DevSecOps. Well, I just want to highlight and remind us, you might be actually using rapid automation of the wrong things faster. So you just want to actually think about what automation that you're using. There's lots of great automation tools out there. However, you might be actually not answering the key questions that you're wanting to actually answer, or actually automating the wrong things, or you're automating the wrong thing just that much faster. So that could result in faster delivery of defect-prone software, faster delivery of unsecure software, faster delivery of software that doesn't satisfy user needs, faster delivery of the wrong software, faster delivery deployment of expensive services to operate and govern. So the reality is speed can kill. Now, of course, you do want this faster, iterative, continuous integration, continuous deployment, faster minimum viable product. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you are actually performing enough due diligence just to make sure that you actually are approaching this in an engineered, disciplined manner. So why does standardization matter? Well, as was earlier indicated in some of the earlier presentations and discussions that I've heard in the session today, money does matter. So a lot of folks that actually just want to take your money, they might say, money doesn't matter, don't worry about the money. I've been around a long time, money always matters. That's the reality. So if you're going to do any sort of comparative analysis, you actually need consistent ways to actually evaluate and compare data. So if you're doing comparisons between cloud providers, you actually need to be able to make sure you're doing that apples to apples comparison. So if you're doing comparative analysis, you need some level of consistency and standardization so that you actually understand it is this apples to apples comparison. And that comes down to if you're buying groceries in the grocery store and you're going to buy apples, well, what's the dollar per apple? Okay, well, is that in Canadian dollars, or is that in US dollars? Is that in Australian dollars? And is it by pound or by kilogram? And you need that level of consistency and recognizing that somebody doesn't invent their own unit of measure, which then immediately you can't do any sort of comparison with. In the cloud business today, this is all too common. A lot of the different providers out there, they don't really want you to be able to compare necessarily. So, it's not as if this is made easy. It is actually up to the customer and different stakeholders to actually understand and ask enough questions so that they're informed and they can do effective comparative analysis. Likewise, on the management side, I remember, Watts Humphreys, right, from CMU and SCI, right, founder of the capability maturity model, right? He had a lot of great quotes. I think one of them was around, you can't manage what you can't measure. Something along those lines was in one of his books. But the reality is you actually need measures to actually foster that effective management and governance. Service level agreements. It's almost impossible to have any sort of service level agreements that can be assessed to assure compliance with those service level agreements without any sort of metrics and measures. Trend analysis and reflection. So just identifying, okay, are we wanting to get better? So we want to actually reduce our risk profile. Well, how are we going to measure that? We want to reduce our costs for software delivery. Okay, how are we going to measure that? We want to reduce our costs for a total cost of ownership on average per unit of software functionality that's actually going to be in a specific product. Great. How are we going to measure that? Because if you're doing any sort of trend analysis, how you define how you're going to be measuring it at the start has to be the same way that you're going to be measuring it at the end. And of course, with all this, standards actually help. Lastly, overall, communication. If I say to you that, you know, I'm going to be buying apples based on Woodward pounds. Well, nobody here knows what Woodward pounds are. So you really actually can use standardization and the metrics to actually help foster improved communication between multiple teams. And then all of a sudden you realize then exactly what is meant by something like Woodward pounds. If I tell you now Woodward pounds is the exact same thing as, you know, Canadian pounds. Okay, well now at least we know. You know, so you've thrown in these terms. So it just helps effective communication. So there's lots of different metrics out there. So I put together this slide just to highlight the fact that we have business metrics that I was talking about, or business goals that actually lead then to identifying what are some of the key metrics, to more technical ones. So on the business side, they may be things like looking at revenue and expenses, customers with PII stolen. Those might be things more of interest on the business side. In the middle ground, it might be things like response time of the system, system availability. And then on the right side, more on the more technical side, as I mentioned earlier, number of server hops, the number of storage incidents, the number of instances, the bits per second, availability of a specific network port. And all of these measures and metrics, you may actually have specific different interpretations and definitions based on international, regional, and enterprise, and even down to the team level. So what I mean by that is perhaps when you're calculating revenue, it has to be based on an international standard. Or perhaps when you're actually calculating terabytes of data stored, it's based on an agreement that you've actually come within your enterprise. That's all fine. You just have to recognize what is the standard that we're actually applying to actually effectively use and define this specific metric. Sometimes the industry standards are adequate and are great. Other times, I know you will actually have to extend and make specific interpretations that are most relevant for your organization. And that's fine too. So DevSecOps and metrics. So this is a nice model that I actually pulled from the United States Department of Defense. I'm really glad to see that presenting today is actually folks from Department of Defense. So I imagine that they're going to be using the same model. I like this because A, they were nice enough to release it under public domain. And then as well as just provides a nice simplified view showing the system development lifecycle for DevSecOps, highlighting the fact security bounds around everything. On the metrics side, quite often people look at monitoring on that bottom right side of ops. And they say, okay, so all measurement, all monitoring is only on operations. And the reality is you actually need automation that will then rely on effective measurement to actually automate. And that's going to be throughout the entire DevSecOps lifecycle. So it isn't just around monitoring. You should be doing measurement and trying to think of how to effectively automate around the entire figure eight of the lifecycle. Around some of the terms, so these are some of the terms that I have actually learned myself that are widely used in the industry, and that a lot of the standards groups that I participate in with a lot of the folks at Carnegie Mellon University, actually, that are actually interesting. So in terms of using the word alert, so alerts are actually for people. Triggers are actually for automation. So that's one aspect that you will see. So in terms of if you're monitoring something and you want an alert, the alert goes to a person. If you're actually monitoring something and you want to trigger something, then the trigger is going to be an automated function.
Hey, Stephen, are you ready to take a question?
We'll hold them until the end, I believe is what we're going to do, just in the interest of time, just to make sure I can get through everything. Thanks. Closing perspectives and context. So similar to aircraft cockpits, Aircraft are a lot safer now than they were years ago because of the automation. And there's different metrics and measures in the cockpit. And you're really using the right automation at the right time. So just as information is used to provide situational awareness so that you can make informed decisions and automate accordingly, DevSecOps will benefit from having and using and leveraging effective measures and metrics and monitoring for them. One of my messages, and this ties into some of the earlier messaging I've also heard, is this is a culture change road that we're actually on for DevSecOps. You need to get the right stakeholders participating early and shifting left. So what this highlights is that if you actually get the right people and you make the upfront investment and you shift left and you get the right stakeholders in the room, making decisions effectively, having informed conversations early, using common terminology that's often standardized based, you're going to be actually saving money. If you opt to think that you're saving money by not getting the right people in the room at the right time, and then you try to bolt on privacy and security later, you're going to be actually paying more, and you're also going to be increasing the risk. So that's the simple reality today. There's lots of data out there that actually supports this. It's not a surprise, it's reality. So you need to get that right team composition early. And to provide further analysis around that, this is not something new. This has been known for years. So building security is actually costs more inherently. So this is a model from my friends at Galrath Systems using their SEER model, which has been around for years. So they've been collecting data largely from Department of Defense projects, interestingly enough, and avionics sector. So what this says is, if you're dealing with an equivalent set of functionality that's getting released and deployed, in order to actually build it at a nominal level of security, it might only cost you approximately 450 hours. If that same functionality, though, actually has to hit a high security, it's not uncommon for it to cost, upwards of 1,600. Okay, so you're talking about 4 times more potential cost and effort associated with building secured software. So you need to consider that and make sure that you're budgeting adequately and appropriately. And I actually highlighted the fact that U.S. Department of Defense mandates using parametric estimation tools and benchmarks similar to this. And there are several out there, but the reality is you need metrics to make sure that you actually are making realistic commitments that will actually address the security needs that you're actually targeting. So to kind of build on that message, the IDC Scalar Security Study in 2019 talked about the average cost of organizations responding to and recovering from cybersecurity incidents. Well, they found that it's actually costing approximately $4.5 to $5 million just to recover from a security incident. That's scary. So when people start trying to justify why they should be actually securing and thinking about this up front, that's one major consideration. The average organization, they found, likewise is attacked 440 times per year. So the key is you want to try to protect it, right, and minimize the impact from needing to actually recover from these incidents. So if you never have to recover because of the fact you're protected, that's what you want to obviously try to do. Competent DevSecOps can reduce costs and risks for development and support. So the reality is that maybe instead of spending 4 times more in order to develop your high risk software solutions, maybe you only have to spend 2.5 times more. That'd be great. So that's one of the major advantages I see of actually as people start transitioning into DevSecOps cultures and methods, is that you should be able to then reduce the price point of releasing those more secured, robust security solutions. So a few keys for success: don't measure to measure. Each thing you measure actually is going to consume energy. Recognize your measure impacts behavior. This might be positive or negative. So for example, when the US government started down their cloud road 10 years ago, they said, okay, each department needs to try to migrate 3 applications or services to the cloud. What happened was people were just moving those services to the cloud without any type of analysis or due diligence. So quite often they were moving the wrong services to the cloud. So you just need to be aware that whatever you decide to measure will actually impact human behavior. So therefore, you also want to check for abuse. Standardize, so precision is fit for purpose. So as I mentioned, I did not go off and measure the bear or weigh the bear myself. An estimate is close enough. Educate through your supply chain. This is a very, very complex supply chain. So now you really need to think about how to actually measure and evaluate and monitor throughout the entire supply chain. And of course, you want to think about the incremental and value focus approaches that are supported by DevSecOps. So future is driven from metrics. So driverless cars depend on metrics and measurement, IoT, artificial intelligence, microservices, analytics, big data, blockchain. Everything now is very much measurement driven, monitoring driven, and automation driven. So I believe actually we really have to be really competent and proficient in using and leveraging metrics. And really what it comes down to is you're looking at the governing and monitoring and executing through metrics. It's not just operational monitoring, but it's through that entire figure 8 life cycle. And that's it. So I've got time, I think, for a couple of questions.
All right, thank you, Stephen. We have a question on the chat from Suzanne Miller. Standards often proliferate. How do you know which standards to apply in your setting?
Great question. I just was on a call yesterday because one of the groups I participate in is doing data governance standards, and they listed something like 300 standards that are applicable for data governance. And I said, guys, are we giving them any guidance? You know, just sort of helpful hints in terms of navigating through. You can't just dump them on this list of 300 standards. So what you really need to do is go back to what are your specific objectives and goals. Think about what are the priority objectives and goals. And then that actually helps you eliminate and pare down the list of applicable standards. So you really need to just approach it in a, structured way, thinking about what are your specific priorities, because you can get sucked into these standards vortex where you will never see the light again. So you just need to think about, what are your specific priorities and objectives, and then select the standards that are most appropriate that will actually also fit your culture best as well.
All right, so I think we have time for one more question. This is a question that I was sort of thinking about from earlier in your presentation. If you were trying to figure out what automations would make the greatest impact for your security, do you have a sense for which metrics would be the most useful to collect?
So again, you need to go back to what are your specific goals and objectives. But at the same time, though, I think for this particular group, it is going to be security, right? Because I do think today you actually need those better security measures just to provide the trust and comfort level that is actually required to actually adopt your new applications as they get rolled out, because everything now actually has to go through an authorization to operate, especially in governments. So it's a matter of how do you actually provide that level of comfort and assurance that this is actually trustworthy and secure. So I believe it's going to be the core are going to be a lot of the security elements. And in that line, there are a lot of great automated products and tools, both from the open source communities and from the actual specific providers and commercial offerings too. But again, you would want to go and align that back with your own specific objectives. It could be network security, it could be infrastructure security, it could be software security, it could be application security.
Excellent. Well, Stephen, thank you so much for an excellent presentation today. And we are going to take a short break When we come back, we will be getting a presentation on navigating DevOps requirements with risk management from Victoria Hailey. Thanks again, Steve.
Thank you. Take care.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice short break. I'm Suzanne Miller, Principal Researcher here at the SEI and Hasan's group, and I'm here to introduce our next speaker, Vicky Hailey, who's going to be talking about navigating DevOps requirements with risk management. Vicky is a very seasoned consultant in lots of different areas of risk management: systems engineering, big data, AI, trust, ethical governance of AI. And she's also a lead assessor auditor in various standards. So she is somebody who lives and breathes risk. And I want you all to welcome her. Vicky, please take it away.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be part of this wonderful group and such an esteemed institution as SEI. One of my first training courses way back when, that introduction belies how old I am, was with an SEI CMMI course. Back then it wasn't CMMI yet. So I think there's as you heard from Steve, there's a particular personality trait with standards people. And as a consultant, that's what I peddle, is standards. And that's because it makes it easy to do the kinds of things that we need to do in order to assure the outcomes that we're expecting. So as an auditor, standards are tool and trade, because what they do is they provide a level of communication across stakeholders. They provide structure. They provide whether or not a practice is to be actually accepted and used, and whether or not the performance is actually there, and whether or not the compliance and conformity to that process is being done. So we're going to talk about navigating DevOps requirements with risk management. And we're in a DevSecOps seminar. So why didn't I put DevSecOps requirements up there? And that's because I have this firm belief, and we're still at the early stages of achieving the DevOps objectives and shifting everything left the way we need. And what we're finding is that integration still isn't there. So you saw the diagram from Steve, that diagram that has that continuous flow. And if you were to actually name what security's role in that would be, I would first argue that we need to integrate. So should we really have DevSecOps, or should it just be DevOps? Because ultimately that's the goal. But clearly that with the triad, people, process, and technology, we have to understand that people have to assume different responsibilities and roles. So I can live with that. If we were to be technically accurate, like we need to be in standards and practices and so on, the term that we need to be able to use is Sec, DevSecOps, Sec, in order to make sure that security is at a center, is also surrounding the perimeter, but nobody can say that. So just as a point of reference, we're still not integrated. And that's one of the aspects that we need to consider, is when does security enter the pipeline when we're trying to get those DevOps outcomes? So we're looking at the requirements for DevOps, and typically what those have evolved to, and these are just some of the V's, you could also add resilience and robustness, but volume, velocity, variety, veracity, all of these have specific requirements in the context of the business use. And every one of these requirements will translate into some requirement for the business, some business objective that has to be achieved, some, whether it's a for-profit or a nonprofit, that particular level of performance will be an expectation of the customers and the users. So DevOps, this pipeline of continuous integration, delivery, this cross-stakeholder breaking down the silos, works when everybody understands how they're participating. But it's not just all of these new requirements that DevOps and the performance requirements that DevOps requires in terms of things like volume, velocity, variety, and the automation that has that structure that goes with that. But it's all the business requirements themselves. Can't forget those. The application users have expectations. They're a piece of the business. And so ultimately there are outcomes that need to be achieved. None of this is possible at level one. And when you look at sets of processes that are deemed to meet requirements, and you look at how you're doing that, your own government standards in the US require level 3, because what the maturity levels really say is that there's a level of aggregated performance where dependability and reliability is sound within those process frameworks, so that that pipeline can continue. because every time you have a disruption, then that pipeline is going to stop. You're going to have errors, you're going to have missed SLA requirements, and users and stakeholders are going to be unhappy. So it's a matter of understanding that it's not a typical IT shop anymore where you have a waterfall effect and things can go back and you can move backwards. You have stage releases. This is continuous. And so expectations raise, the overall stakes are raised as well. And that means that the risks have to be understood in terms of if there's a commitment to meet these requirements, how are you going to do that? And how are you going to manage to that? And the answer really does become risk. Because ultimately, when you put security around it and this, the DevSecOps requirements, you're looking at the V requirements and then confidentiality, integrity, availability, and privacy applied to each of those Vs to see what are the implications, what are the resulting unknown consequences that could emerge, what are the potential effects or this that need to be safeguarded against. And so we now have layered versions of requirements that if we're not shifting left, those requirements for confidentiality, integrity, availability, privacy, then we're not going to be able to achieve the true requirements that are needed in the V requirements, such as velocity. Because if there are errors in the data, for example, integrity errors, then that's going to stop that pipeline because we're going to end up having to correct those errors. We're going to have unknown side effects, unknown unknowns, which could eventually emerge. So that whole aspect of understanding what that integration of sets of requirements need to be is where we need to be headed if we're actually really talking about DevOps achievement. So managing DevSecOps, the DevOps business and stakeholder context clearly is primary. And that's where the shift left of the security operations development aspects are moving so that the organization can understand that each decision has to be made in the context of whatever that performance level needs to be. And those are the ilities, the V requirements, the velocity, the variability, the variety. Those are the ilities that are going to shape the behavior of what that performance system is supposed to do. So risk management becomes the overarching way to manage those requirements and to ensure that security is shifted left, because anybody who's been in the industry for more than a decade has probably heard of the adage that if you fix it in early in requirements, it's cost $1. If you fix it in operations, it's $100. So the shift left isn't just for meeting the requirements for the product and the services that are being provided, but also to ensure that the security outcomes can be predictable. And that means understanding what is the data doing? What kind of data are we talking about? And that means understanding the effects of risk. And so going back to standards, using the positive and negative version of risk that says the effect of uncertainty on objectives, that enables a perspective that is able to look at what DevOps is doing at all of the stages and then determine where is that leeway? Is there a potential that there's going to be a failure? And if that's the case, then that gets logged into some of the procedures and that eventually can get automated to make sure that the shift left actually doesn't interrupt continuous delivery and deployment. So managing risk is an overarching process that gets integrated at all aspects, from the first decision at the top leadership level that you're going to do DevOps, to make sure that at each application, each network level, at wherever the components are within the infrastructure and the applications, that the ability to deliver has been managed through understanding the risk of not delivering. And then those cost decisions, those performance decisions, the stakeholder decisions are all integrated into a framework that then can be predictable. Crosses all levels of the organizations and stakeholder groups, and that's the whole purpose of that collaboration with DevOps. Focusing on knowing how close to the guardrails, the targets, and the outcomes are provides a way of understanding that the risk thresholds are guiding those decisions as the organization is moving towards achieving its objectives. So risk principles, and again, this is from ISO 31000, sets the stage for the management of the risk across all of the organizational functions. And this is what breaks down the silos. by ensuring that all of these principles are applied at every procedure, every process, every aspect when you're looking at risk. You heard Steve talking about the cultural factors that have to go into understanding whether or not performance and the metrics are being understood and achieved, because I've audited organizations that when I've asked them, what are you using these metrics for? Well, we were told to, and there was nobody in the organization that actually could state the purpose of those metrics. So it's easy to collect those things without a purpose until you understand the value and the whole underlying framework that belongs within that infrastructure. It provides a common approach. And so this means that as risk is being measured at a strategic level, we're not going to encounter gaps in communication or understanding of terminology or even the objectives of the organization, because they're all now in integrated fashion that brings that set of communication, so that when top management says, here are the objectives, when the risk assessments are done at all of the various levels and everybody has reported their risk results, it can be clearly seen that it's not possible without certain changes or without certain measures to ensure that performance can actually be reliably achieved. And so when that happens, then understanding is the overall result, and what that brings together is trust. And so risk is applied across the whole organization using these principles. And what that means is that there's a level of reliability from the risk results. That framework, this is like a plan, do, check, act in a risk framework that enables the organization to actually figure out what it needs to do as a system. So this enables a systematic approach to managing the risks for all of the requirements and whether or not they can be met, how they need to be scheduled, the kinds of resources. So all of the aspects need to be understood in order to be able to predict what kinds of risks are going to come down the pipeline. And the other aspect of why the knowledge needs to be captured so critically is because emerging risks are constantly threats. We don't even know how to model them yet because they're emerging. We don't have enough information. And so because of that, the requirements for monitoring and metrics that are meaningful and able to provide the types of data that executives, leaders, program managers, and project leaders themselves can all do. All of the people that are involved in that stakeholder group need to be able to pull this together. There's a quote in 31,000, the purpose of risk management framework is to assist the organization in integrating risk management into significant activities and functions. That's what DevOps is on hyperspeed. So if you consider that type of activity in an automated framework with expected reliability measures, you're going to have a need to be able to control that, because it's now operating at a level beyond human capability to be able to monitor and see the effects on an individual level. And that's especially true when you're looking at applications such as AI or big data, and the capability of humans isn't there anymore. And that's the whole purpose of the kind of DevOps productivity gains that organizations expect to get, with the realization, though, that they still need to manage that infrastructure and put in the things that are auditable, that are automatable, that have structure, and then predictable, therefore reliability. So this iterates through in order to ensure that the organization can achieve those outcomes. The risk process is applied according to the particular context. And so this is going to apply the same processes in an organization, but customized for the particular project or the strategic initiative or whatever. So if there's emerging risk and there's new technologies such as automated systems or completely independent AI systems, then specific types of emerging risks that are unknown can be plotted in a specific assessment in that context. DevSecOps can have its own particular risk assessments according to whether or not they're meeting the V requirements with the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So each risk process needs to be running in parallel and iterating through as new risks emerge and as the parameters change. So what is really required is a level of capability that allows DevSecOps to be able to understand and meet the requirements according to the business. So ultimately, it goes back to shifting security to the left so that as the stakeholder requirements are understood, whether they're veracity or velocity, or whatever they are, the security team is able to understand how to protect that data. Because we're now into a situation where it's not just the applications or the outputs themselves that can get compromised, but it's now data as the new gold. And so that data, when we're getting into high velocity situations, high volume situations, it's just simply not possible for humans to be able to articulate, monitor, or to be able to inject interventions at a level that automation needs to. And that means that each of these V requirements creates vulnerabilities that DevSecOps needs to be understanding. And those requirements are a direct result of the context. So as those requirements change, so too does DevSecOps need to change. And that needs to be just as dynamic as the processes that are underway for meeting all of the particular DevOps requirements. So DevOps outcomes is only possible by managing the risks themselves, because that's where the potential for meeting the V requirements arises. Understanding how to put a clear path in place without obstacles, without attacks, zero-day attacks, for example, by planning for ensuring that there's a structural integrity to that particular set of services or applications or infrastructures, then that's a preventive measure. That's a security task to make sure that that's possible. And that way the risks are understood, and then the teams can then design and code to that type of risk. That means ensuring processes are robust, and that processes, where appropriate, can be automated and then measured, and then ensuring the effectiveness is there. Any questions?
All right, Vicky, thank you very much. I like risk management as an overarching, kind of framework for thinking about a lot of things related to requirements, including the DevSecOps. One of the things, though, I've noted in programs, large programs especially, is that the risk management process is kind of its own thing. And one of the goals of many developers is to not show up on the risk radar. So how do you deal with that sort of cultural aspect that sometimes we see about risk being perceived as bad? And I understand the risk and opportunity dichotomy, but for those that are not as evolved, shall we say, how do you deal with that?
Again, that's very similar to the types of questions that you get with, well, how do you shift security left? And it's the same process. You teach people various skill sets. Risk management is an innate structural brain function that we all have because it helps us survive. So we already know how to risk manage. What we don't know how to do is do it in a formal setting, how to create reports, and that can be taught. That's just a process. Where the risk decisions have to be made, sure, you need risk experts to be able to do probability calculations, but that's at a different level where the organization can support that. But there's no reason that programmers can't be doing their own risk assessments in terms of how much to push out a release at what time, and to provide the accurate data. Because if they're able to do that, then they'll be able to give evidence-based reasons as to why things need to change. So it becomes simply a matter of providing the levels of skills, ensuring that the people are competent, and then structuring the processes, and then leave the experts to only those expert requirements, those tasks that require perhaps statistical knowledge or a particular risk assessment technique in that context.
Okay. We have another question from the chat. Do you have any short tips on aligning the risk process with typical DevSecOps practices?
Yes, apply it at every step. In other words, risk becomes overarching. It starts everything, and then the outcomes of the risk become part of those sets of iterations that drive requirements forward. Whether or not they're feasible, what are the costs going to be? Do we have the capability of the individual skilled human resources? Is the client ready? Does the client have the infrastructure? Every single one of those potential cases has an opportunity to understand the risk context and to manage it. And then, especially in security, when you're managing other people's data, it's impingent on the organization to take responsibility to do that understanding of the analysis and mitigation. Otherwise, they're liable to be able to say, we promised you something we can't deliver.
Okay. One more that is of something that I'm running into in some of my work right now is the risks related to the product that's being built is a lot of what you've been talking about. But there are also inherent risks in the pipeline itself, in the management of the pipeline, its evolution, vulnerabilities that are essentially threats that are directed at pipelines like these. Do you differentiate the process of managing the risks to the pipeline from the risks to the product, or do you include that all together? How do you deal with that?
What you're describing is process risk. And so when you're trying to put something into a pipeline, if you have a reliable process that has the inputs, you have a gate, make sure that all the inputs into that intake are appropriate, have been secured, etc., then you can't automate it. So it's just a matter of putting the procedures in place, but it's managing process risk. Because if you consider that if everybody's doing it differently, then the data inputs are going to be different. Then some of them aren't going to pass the gate requirements. And so that enables that process risk to be managed by ensuring monitoring and governance over that process.
All right. And then last question is, what is the earliest opportunity to assess risk in a software development project, and by what means?
At the concept. Even before work starts, it should be assessed both from an organizational level as well as at a project level. Because as we've seen, that's a really good question, because it points to the fact that the risk assessment will identify whether or not there are process risks, whether or not there's capability of those processes to achieve the outcomes, and whether or not DevOps is even possible in that scenario. So doing it right at the early stages will bring in configuration management protocols, human resources, in the capability to address stakeholders and other types of variables that would go into that decision.
All right, Vicky, I want to thank you very much for this. It was, I have some similar background to yours, so it was a reminder that risk management never goes away. And in the DevSecOps or the DevSecOps world, I don't know if I'm not going to be able to manage to say that one, but I agree with you. We've got to look at how do we manage that risk throughout the entire life cycle and not just look at it as during the development pipeline. So I want to thank you very much for bringing this perspective to us. And I will turn it over to our moderators for our next short break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Suze Miller again from the SEI. I'm here now with Ruth Lennon, who is coming to us from Ireland. So it's lunchtime almost here on the East Coast. It's tea time almost there in Ireland. She lives in Donegal, works in the Department of Computing at the Letterkenny Institute of Technology, and is a researcher in DevOps and cloud technologies, member of many technical working panels, working groups, standards. A lot of focus on sort of raising the level of security to being something that everyone is dealing with, which is what our talk is about. Make it personal to make it happen, but avoiding the if it's everyone's job, it's no one's job side. So Ruth, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you and let us tell you all about it.
Thank you very much, Susan. Thanks for the introduction. It was very good. I'm particularly impressed with your pronunciation of the company. Really good. So yeah, as you said, my topic is specifically make it personal to make it happen, because I think that we've all come across the case of, yeah, it's somebody else's job. It's not my job. That's not what I'm here for. And I think if I just give you a couple of examples first on who I am or what I'm here for or why I'm here. I work with a lot of companies, small and larger companies, international companies, maybe American companies that have branches over here in Ireland, and mid-sized companies, right down to the one-person company or 10-people companies. So although I work for Letterkenny IT, I also provide courses for companies as part of that. So the company will come to me and say, hey, we need a course on X. So it's quite industry driven. It's quite practical based rather than too much on the theory side. We want you to actually get something that you can apply straight away into the job. I also do consultancy with the company Crave Technology Consulting. And the idea is to begin to raise awareness of how your strategy can evolve to include security as you go. There are many things I do in that, but we're going to just move on fairly swiftly. So a lot of companies will ask me to come down and to get to know the company before we decide what actually needs to be done. And I'm going to show you some of the things that I've heard over time. So in over 20 years of working with companies, some of the statements I get are, security is the job of the DevSecOps team. But now, okay, that's a more modern quote, but it's pushed off to somebody else. It's not us. More frequently, I just do what the IT people tell me. But let's face it, that's not actually true, because they don't do what the IT people tell them anyway. And then a really good one I had was a company, a very, very large company came to me and said, okay, we want a course. We want to bring in new people who really are modern and up to date and know the latest techniques and tools. And it's going to be for our data analytics team. And we started to go through the various things that might be good topics for the team. And I said, well, okay, you'll have to do security. And they said, no. No, we won't need to do security, because that's the DevSecOps job. That's their job. It's all down to them. Oh, and by the way, we'll provide you data sets for the students to work on. I'm good. Okay, but you're a company that deals with a lot of personal information, personally identifiable information, even health information. You can't just give me a set of data like that. Oh no, it's okay. We cleared it first with the security team. But how did you know to clear that with the security team? You can't know that unless you know that there is a potential risk, unless you know there is a question to ask. So we need to take it back and say that people need to be aware of what the responsibilities are and what they need to watch out for. And I think that too many people just think it's somebody else's job. And that task, fighting that mentality, is a huge problem. And the size of the company, the domain that the company works in, makes it different from one company to the next. So there's no nice, tidy solution to this. Okay, so we've gone from having security to having DevSecOps. And we're all here because we know about DevSecOps to a greater or lesser extent. And we know that it's important. We know that it's a shift. But what happened to just plain old security and being more aware? Has it gone away completely? Where are we coming from with this? With DevSecOps, we're trying to be a bit more aware of Self-service security. Well, how can you choose from these self-service options if you're not aware of security in the first place? And again, of what are the risks? DevSecOps brings a new level by adding guardrails to the system. Great, again, but we need to be aware of what those guardrails are. Who sets the guardrails? If the guardrails are so tight that they don't allow you to do your job, then the security is no good, because people will try and bypass those guardrails in every way possible. So the stakeholders for the DevSecOps team also have to be those people who use the systems. Without having their input, the security can be fantastic, but it's not going to be applied. We need a greater holistic approach. We need to think about the entire system, all of the stakeholders who are involved. Now, again, if you've worked in companies before, you know the more people who get involved, the harder it is to get anything done, and the harder it is to get any agreement. And you're right, of course. But if we don't do it, if we just decide, right, I'm going to go off, I'm going to set out the security, well, you'll have something that's great, but you're back to the idea of, well, I have a lovely keypad on my door to stop people getting into the data center. And then you turn around and somebody has the door jammed open with a bin because they're a bit hot and stuffy in the room. You need to explain. We need to make sure that everybody's there and everybody understands, and that that input can be used then to apply the security. With DevSecOps, the traditional security becomes more proactive. You can't be proactive unless everybody knows what their role is within the DevSecOps team. And the DevSecOps team is not just that small security team that goes around your company as if they're some sort of a god or a guru. They know everything nobody else does. Everybody should be part of this team, contributing to the team. Okay, so I want to give you an example, and this is an example of maybe people that you don't normally consider and how they should be involved in security. So in this example, there was an English prince, and the English prince was doing a photo shoot. And in the case of the English princes, they tend to be involved in the army, and this one happened to be in the English Royal Air Force. So he was doing some sort of a search and rescue demo. And the various PR team involved in the royalty and the various PR teams involved in the RAF got together and thought, this would be a great day. Let's do a day in the life of, to try and promote the RAF. So they took lots of photos and of the different tasks that that member of the royalty was doing during the day. They edited through those photos, decided which ones were the best one, a nice jovial picture, as you can see here. And that was put out in a significant number of the national papers in England. Now, I don't know if you can see, because it's a little bit unclear on purpose, but there's something wrong with this photo. Can you spot it? Take a second and look at the photo. Have you seen it yet? Okay. Well, let's see what you saw. Did you see the username and password on a white page stuck to the wall over the shoulder of the English prince? Now, you can have all of the security in the world. You can have your Royal Air Force, whom you might expect, being military, that they would have fantastic systems. And yet, there you go. There's a username and password stuck up in very large writing. It's not even a yellow sticky on the monitor. This is very large, so everybody can see it. All right, so obviously the very first thing you're going to do when you see that is go, oh, let's see what that's for. What is milflops? Let's see, does that security password still work? And let me tell you that the day this came out, an awful lot of people got into that system. Now, this milflop system, and I'm sure I'm not quite pronouncing it wrong, milflop, it's a military magazine. And the military magazine talks about the different airfields and different patterns for flights that have come in over time. And yes, they are past flights, But let's face it again, the Air Force tend to use the same flight patterns over and over. So now we're beginning to gain information about what the military institution of the English, what does it do? How does it do it? What are the training patterns? It's all there. It's all easily accessible. Worse again, all of this information was provided using PDFs in Adobe Acrobat Reader, which at the time had massive security flaws. So if you logged into that using your username and password, it could then read additional information from you. So if you're setting your username and password, and it's going to be something that's relatively complicated, because let's face it, we all know we must have at least 8 characters, mixture of uppercase and lowercase and numbers and all of that, but we pinned it up on the board. So I'll probably use something that makes it easy. I'll have a pattern. Let's pick a pattern. Okay, it's probably going to have RAF and a few additional characters in it, because that way I'll remember it. And just because I'm no good at remembering, let's stick it up on the board again, remember. But it means that I now know a pattern that they're using, and there's a good chance that additional passwords that they use follow a similar pattern. Maybe I've already figured out 3 or 4 characters of that 8-character passwords that you're using for some other systems. Now, the easy fix, number 1, use LDAP for authentication. Number 2, and it's a much, much easier one, don't put your password on a page on a board. Don't make it easily accessible. When they decided on the photo shoot, did somebody from the PR team, either one of them, come along and say, do you know, let's have a look around this room and see, is there anything there? There are photos of ladies in the corner. How about we take those down? There's a password stuck up on the wall there. Let's leave that one up. Who's going to notice it anyway? Security by obscurity, not working here. And this is a very common thing. I think this is a good example because it went into all of the national newspapers. And actually, if you look online, you'll still see the usernames and password up. But I'm going to leave you to do the search because obviously it's not a great idea. Okay, so they did eventually figure it out. It took a whole weekend. But once they did figure it out, they issued a new photo. So that new photo is up again on the royalties website, and the page has been blanked out completely, so you can no longer see it. But it's a little too little, and it's a bit too late, and the old photo is still there. It's still available. So not really ideal. Okay, let's look at the building estates managers, caretakers, along that kind of lines. So they're not involved in DevSecOps. But maybe they are, or maybe they should be. If you take example, security cameras, and we've all got them in our offices. This example was the wireless IPM 721 series, and it's just an ordinary camera, no big deal about it, except that there were 2 significant critical security flaws. 8.9 and 10 were the numbers of the severity of them. And those flaws meant that the camera could actually be taken over. It could be turned and tilted or panned and zoomed as needed. So you could access a camera and then you could zoom in. And if we take a look at the image that's in front of us, although this is just a sample, it shows you that you could zoom in on the screen and monitor somebody as they work and get additional passwords and additional information. 18 months they knew about the flaw and didn't do anything about it. And when they did know about it, they put in that you had to log in, and then you were notified about the patch once you were logged in, and then you download the patch. But most people don't log in to update their software because they don't think of it. After all, it's a security camera. It's not an IT device. Well, it is an IT device. Receptions. What about the receptionists? Are they part of our DevSecOps team? I often get asked to do general security awareness at the beginning to try and establish what the company are like. And I always come in carrying a heavy box. And I come to the front door, which has its lovely keypads and all, carrying my box, and somebody will buzz me in. And then they'll say, oh, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to the 3rd floor. I will have looked up a name on the website for the name of somebody. And they'll say, oh, he's not on the 3rd floor. He's on the 2nd floor. Let me buzz you up. And again, I'm into the building. If you are carrying a box, if you're wearing a yellow vest, or a woman carrying anything heavy at all, people are generally polite and they'll open the door for you, no matter how much security is on the door. If you're extra polite and explain what you're doing, which is obviously not what you're really doing, but if you're extra polite, again, people will try to accommodate you because we're human and because we're nice. Simple things can be used to get through the system. So no matter how good we are with our IT processes, we can still get around them. Easy fixes. All of these are easy fixes. Data owners. Data owners are responsible for the data breaches, but not the data holders. So if it's being held in the cloud, you're not necessarily responsible. Things have changed over in Europe. We've got GDPR, and I know that's not necessarily relevant to everybody in the US, but it is relevant to some. If you hold information on European people, or if you hold information in Europe, then this can apply. And the fines, and I've taken an example here, Italy fined Eni, which are a gas and power company. They were fined 11.5 million for GDPR violations. And GDPR violations happen all the time. I continuously, when I go to stay in a hotel or order a service and online, I'll ask them not to record my data. I want the data deleted as soon as I go. And yet I find I'm getting emails. I have to phone them and warn them. Do you know you're in breach? Do you know that you could be fined for this? Here's a link to how it could happen. Then I get an email back saying, I've deleted your email address and all data. Have you? Because you've just emailed me. So you didn't. GDPR is a big deal. It came in 2018. We need to be more aware of it. Interns. We have our lovely interns in the company. Again, they're not traditional employees. We tend to give them enough access to try and let them do whatever task it is we want them to do. But they're a risk, especially if you don't pay them. So when we have our interns in, we give them access, and I'm going to give you an example of one company. They took in a number of interns, and one of the interns, they said, okay, I'd like you to do a check on all of the equipment. I want you to see what equipment is in each office. And they gave the student a master key to every office in the building. It was the master key. It brought them into the data center. It brought them into the CEO's office. They got into every office unrestricted. We're exposing ourselves to risk by not educating the people who are coming in, by not considering what do we absolutely need to give with regard to permissions. And to really think about it, not just logging into the PC. Those students only had a certain amount of access to get into PCs, but they could get into the building, they could get into the rooms, they could take away a laptop, they could take away a memory stick. How much attention are we really paying here? Just generally in all staff. Now, I'd like you all to have a look at these two emails and take a look at the emails and tell me which is spam. We know that, for example, Symantec found that 71% of all targeted attacks against company began with phishing emails. So these are two examples of emails. So which of the two of these are phishing scams? Now, I know you're looking at these and thinking, they both look the same. They're both spam. Obvious answer, isn't it? Except that it's wrong. The message on the right is valid. The message on the left is spam. It's not just identifying spam or phishing scams that we need to do. We also need to train our staff not to create emails or messages in such a way that they look bad. Because then when we get used to that kind of weak email or message that comes in, we won't think it's a big deal if we see a weak email coming in. So I received this email only a day or so ago, as you can see, on the 30th of September. And the other one I received, which was actual spam, a day later. Different companies, but it's the same idea. Click on this. It's really important that you click on this now. Please do this. You have to do this. It's an immediate need. They both have the same problems. They're not addressing the person in the email. There's typos or spellings. The from address isn't actually who it looks like it's from, but one is valid and one is not. Now, the first thing I'm going to do with the one on the right, which is the valid one, is ring the company and say, look, you didn't send this out. Do you know there's something coming out of your company? And they replied, no, we sent that out. Why? What's wrong? Because they don't have that strong awareness, they allow their staff to build emails or build forms that give away too much information or give a wrong perception of the company. This, again, is part of our problems. So think about who has access to your network. the managers, the employees, non-IT staff, the non-traditional staff, and then your guests. When you get invited down to a company, often the company, whoever you're going to visit, doesn't have time to deal with you yet. And they'll let you into their canteen and say, I just have to check a message real quick. Can I get access to your Wi-Fi? No problem, let me help you out. And they give you a password for the Wi-Fi. Giving guests access is an obvious no-no. But again, in our nature, we want to help. We want to be kind. We provide the information incorrectly because we're not necessarily aware that this could be a huge problem, or at least not all staff are. Compliance. Okay, we can set our standards in place. We can set our standards in place, and we can see that there are standards, and the standards can be organizational standards, and they're kind of nice to have, but you know, I don't really care about them because I don't care about the company. They don't pay me enough anyway. So tough. It could be that we have to apply national or international standards, but they're only good if we apply the standards, then monitor, and then update. Make sure that we check, make sure that we continue to add to or connect to the standards. For those companies who struggle with this issue, 60% of the small companies with this kind of issue have gone out of business completely. They go bust. They even go and become redundant, or not redundant, bankrupt. If it's a large company, well, you tend to lose a CEO or a CISO or a CIO. They get fired. They become the scapegoats. But when it comes to mid-sized and smaller companies, the whole company goes down. So what do we need to do? We need to increase awareness. We need to identify what are the risks, and we need to communicate with people to tell them who it will affect. I don't care about the company. I'm not paid enough. It's somebody else's job. Yes, but you know what? If this company goes bust, you're going to lose your job. That's the first thing. And that's the best outcome. But it could be somebody else. Maybe everybody loses their job. Maybe there's no job out there because all of a sudden everybody's gone, company's bust, you're trying to apply for a new job, but everybody else is applying at the same time too. This is down to you because you stuck a password on a wall in big clear writing. Make it clear what's happening. Provide a reward for those who comply, who carry out the training, who do whatever it is that is needed, but update and validate the training. Don't just give them training where they have to answer a bunch of questions and go, yes, this is it. I know it's going to be A, B, A, B. There's my pattern. I know I've got it. And they do tend to be rather like that, I'm afraid. Validate the training. Do spot checks. Go around and say, ask somebody for a quick look at their PC. I just want to do this. And if they say, no, I need to know why, then give them a reward. Make it a nice and simple thing. The team who passes security tests each month gets a pizza day. Something simple, but to try and promote awareness. Training has to be carried out, but it must be relevant. So think about the type of training you're doing and give levels of training that will suit the individual so that they feel they're achieving more as they go through. Think about the frequency that you provide this training in. Promote carrying out the training and encourage that the managers are aware of it and promote it down the way as well as up the way. Validate the knowledge. Can't say that often enough. If you don't validate, it's just a next, next, next. Oh, I didn't pass that test. Do it again. Next, next, different one, next. Until we get the right answer and now I've passed. We need to validate it. The key thing that we need to remember is that we need to provide information. We often don't feel ownership because we don't know what's going on. Have you ever had a security breach or some big task, some big item happen, a big ticket item happen, and you read about it in the newspaper? That's the first knowledge you get of it, is when somebody else tells you. You get a phone call from a newspaper reporter because you happen to know them and they say, well, what about this? Is this true? Well, first of all, I'm not going to comment. And then I'm going to ring my boss and say, why didn't I hear that from you first? Why wasn't I prepared for that? This is wrong. How do we get people to take ownership? We want to make them aware of how to protect the system. We want them to know when an event occurs, that the event occurs. Just let them know that it's happening and what's going on. What should they do next? How does this happened over there, but how does it affect me? Help me take on ownership from my part. Oh, and here's the key thing. Don't forget to tell them when it's over. Give them the lessons learned from when this event is over. That way they have become a stakeholder. That way they have become part of the DevSecOps team. So I'm going to wrap this up and just give you 3 quick takeaways. You need to make sure that each person is responsible for their small domain, but understand how their domain clicks in with everybody else's domain so that they understand. Train them to recognize the risks. Now, the risk may be from coming from outside or from what they're doing by poorly phrased emails, by sticking posters on walls, so that they can help be proactive in contributing to that risk or to that security, Keep them informed. You can't feel like you're part of the solution if you're not aware of what's going on around you. So keep your staff informed to keep it personal to them. Protect by being personal. And I'll hand it over to you, Suze.
All right, I think we've got time for a question before we go to the fireside chat, which you're welcome to join us. If people have additional questions for you there, they can certainly add them in. The royal visit brought to mind sort of the dichotomy that we're always dealing with, usability versus security. I mean, I know exactly why that's there. These are weekend officers that, you know, are not here all the time. They've got to get into these systems quickly and you know, safely. And so we're going to make it easy for them, which is completely antithetical to making it secure. Mm-hmm. How do you educate people on that dichotomy and highlight for them that, you know, this is natural, but this is a time we have to be unnatural to be able to get over it?
Yeah, but I think a lot of it is we have to understand from the security team what is needed from the stakeholders team. I began by saying that, you know, there is a diversity in it. We do need to be aware that if we're securing to the point, oh, change your passwords every 3 months. Well, I keep forgetting my password. I'm going to write it down. That's no good. We're actually doing the opposite of what we want. So instead, we want to read from the stakeholders. Are there areas that are key to you? Can we change passwords in those areas and not in other areas? Can we use better systems like LastPass? Can we try and encourage them to link up our system so it's all done by LDAP except XYZ? And for XYZ, we're going to use this LastPass system. It's all about the communications to try and find out where the needs are. That will help us then educate. But some of that is the stakeholders educating us, and some of it is us educating the stakeholders. It has to go both ways.
Thank you, Ruth. We're going to go ahead and close out now. All of you are welcome. There's a link in the YouTube chat if you'd like to come into the fireside area, another Zoom room where we'll all be together. And I hope, Ruth, you'll be able to join us as well as our speakers from the morning. Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to go to the minimally break, and then we'll go to the chat. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the DevSecOps Days DC event. I'm really pleased to have Christopher Brazier as a keynote speaker. So Chris is going to talk about a DevSecOps journey in an application that wasn't part of the DoD program. It was the first DevSecOps program in DoD, by the way. So Mr. Christopher Brazier is the Chief of Operations and Integration Directorate, Mission Support Department, and Technology Solution Division at the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. And as the MST chief, and he supports DTRA's mission by providing oversight and direction to enable and dissemination of operation and information and technology through analytical tools to aid countering threat networks throughout the world. So it's a long bios, but he has done the great work with the DevSecOps with supporting the mission on the field and various environments. So he's going to talk about the journey, how he has done and how his organization done in a real DevSecOps environment that includes ATO. And he's going to talk about all these topics shortly. So Chris, floor is yours, and happy to have you as a keynote speaker.
Great, thank you, Hasan. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to come here to speak to you today about our DevSecOps journey within DoD. As you know, we love our PowerPoint slides, so we'll definitely have plenty of those for you. So from an introduction standpoint, so I would love to talk to you and continue to talk to you about a conversation, tell you a few stories from a backstage perspective of our journey within DevSecOps. I'm going to give you a few of the tabletop discussion and challenges that we overcame to successfully implement and operationalize a DevSecOps path to production pipeline, which delivers hundreds of releases per year for production applications that support our customers' needs. And our customers are global customers, so they're all of our commands within DoD. I'm also going to start out with a quick introduction of DTRA, what the OI MST division is, which is the division that I run, and provide you with some perspective on our vision, goals, and our mission space. Then we'll kind of get into our DevSecOps journey, which we realize quickly is a lengthy process and doesn't really end, unlike this presentation. And I'll also break down and present our journey as we present some hidden factors and some really interesting backstage stories on culture, leadership, and training that we've learned over the time that we stood up and operationalized our DevSecOps pipeline. And I'll also conclude this presentation with a sneak peek at a little bit of a new awesome challenge that we are undertaking as our DevSecOps journey just keeps on rolling. So let's go ahead and get started. So introduction to DTRA. DTRA is a Defense Threat Reduction Agency. We like to call it DTRA for short. You know how us DoD guys are, we like our acronyms. And it's U.S. government and international partners to counter and deter weapons of mass destruction and improvised threat networks. Our big focus within DTRA is it's pivoting to focus on principal tenets of national defense strategy and has the key roles in the following: strong nuclear deterrent, decisive conventional force, and new approaches to the gray zone. So mission support department, we have a vision and a mission, and you'll probably pick out some key words here. So from us, our vision is it's an organization that rapidly delivers capabilities to the warfighter and strategic partners through reliable, agile, and state-of-the-art solutions, supporting operationally relevant, mission-focused technologies and methodologies that deliver collaborative environments for end users and developers to solve problems across the event domain. That's a lot of words. And really what I'm just saying, if you pick up a couple words from us, we're really about delivering, supporting, solving problems between our warfighter and our strategic partners. And our mission kind of is tightly coupled with that, which is engaging in a tough, relevant problems by enabling and executing rapid infusion, ingestion, and dissemination of mission-critical data by building capabilities and developing methodologies to empower the warfighter and strategic partners to identify, track, and disable disruptive people, processes, and technologies. So as we kind of walk through our journey, we're going to talk about our successes of production, DevSecOps capabilities, and our continuous drive to improve, evolve, and adapt these methodologies to larger problem sets. And why we started this journey and the struggles that we've had and the keys to our success, we'll talk about culture, trust, and of course, the ever-loving change. So our journey. So our journey really began over 5 years ago within OIMST. At that time, it was also known as JD or JIDO, JDOI6. And at that time, nobody else was actually doing DevSecOps in the DoD domain. There's no well-defined practices or reference models dedicated to doing DevSecOps in this domain. And then what we have accomplished within MST with DevSecOps will be different from how others will use the DoD DevSecOps reference architecture. So as we know, every organization is unique, but the reference architecture now represents defined practices that should be adaptable to most DoD organizations. So building on what others have done is the key to success in successful DevSecOps implementation today. So DevSecOps is more about principles of how we work than it is about tools or jobs or job roles. And it's a different, and it truly is, as we've heard a couple of speakers today talk about, it's a team effort. It's not just one person, it's not just me. I have an entire team behind me that does all this great work. DevSecOps is about architecting process upfront so that things like change control are more or less automated out of the way. This means that an engineer can identify a problem and push a fix in an extremely rapid fashion. So what was our motivation for pursuing DevSecOps? So our motivation is there was like I said, we were part of JIDO, JDOI6. Now we're merged in with DITRA. So our mindset at the time was we were a non-traditional organization whose motto was adapt or die. That mantra was throughout the entire organization. The organization's success was based upon delivering iterative solutions at the speed of war. And its capabilities and IT capabilities lean toward high trust, high collaboration, and secure agile best practices that apply across our IT domain of mission, functional development, and operations and maintenance, software and hardware. So the need to adjust our ability to adapt and evolve at the desired pace of our problem domain and our customer needs. As the customer's world changed, so did the need to update and maintain the software outside of our traditional software version updates, which occurs like 2 to 3 times a year. Think waterfall. We've got to get out of waterfall. It's too slow. Recent RMF, Risk Management Framework accreditation of our networks in an on-premise cloud instance pushed our desire even further to support continuous monitoring. But existing processes, procedures, and testing didn't even come close to helping us accomplish our long-term subsistence of RMF capabilities. So by using DevSecOps, that would help us move closer to the RMF continuous authorization concepts by supporting continuous development, monitoring, and automated testing. But looking back over the last 5 years, what were some of the enablers and barriers to our success during this process? So enabler number 1 is location. Everybody residing in the exact same building. As I like to tell some of my staff, I get lazy sometimes and I do not like to send an email, type an IM, or pick up the phone. I really want to walk and talk to somebody in person. So that was a huge enabler for us. Enabler number 2, if you think about from a culture standpoint, we had the leadership championed and owned all of the components needed to support the DevSecOps pipeline development, functions, and accreditation. So our authorizing official, our information security manager from an operational standpoint, information assurance, testing, configuration management, networking, custom software development, software architectures, and the contracting we call technical points of contact were huge champions. They understood what we were trying to do, and they understood the direction that we're going in. Enabler number 3, so industry really demonstrated that leadership works better when you have smaller groups. So government leadership could take immediate ownership, make decisions quickly that were instrumental in keeping our DevSecOps journey moving forward. So the format and the structure, as we look at contracts in the barrier side of the house, for both MIT and now what they call MITUS, which is traditional IT, the enabler piece of it was that MIT and the other contracts were award fee contracts. that contain cross-task order services level agreements. These provided some limited collaborative flexibility, as well as the ability to hold teams accountable for the other team's success. So that contract was a huge key. So instead of it being firm fixed price, where you have to know everything up front in DevSecOps, by changing this to a different type of contract vehicle, it really provided an amount of success, not only just for that contract holder, but across all the other teams as well. Each one depended on each other for their success and their failures. The contract did kind of hamper a little bit of the ability to reassign personnel to be part of the cross-functional teams, but over time we definitely worked through that. The other part that we had is as a barrier, if we look at the knowledge piece initially. So the lack of technical and practical experience with DevSecOps concepts by operational components, and I'll just kind of pick on security for a second, which security, if you know, usually likes to say no to everything. Just kidding, all security folks. Became a significant barrier for us initially, as software development teams were more involved with the construction of the pipeline platform. So their understanding progressed a lot faster. And then on the operational side, they also, from an infrastructure, by having these teams work together and building that into one specific team, they were able to understand the major shifts on the operations and an infrastructure side and the direction that the team was going in. So that was a big barrier across. So continue on from the journey, right? What are the struggles achieving DevSecOps successes? And it's really DevSecOps is just not about technology, right? It's about processes and procedures, and it requires a major shift in current processes and procedures. And you can imagine from a DoD perspective, it really required a major shift for us. In especially going towards software development, our cyber folks, our networking concepts, gearing towards a more agile culture that is dedicated to breaking down internal silos. So where the supporting technology was our initial cry when we began this journey, while our end goal was DevSecOps with a complete path to production pipeline, initially all we wanted was a pipeline that our software development teams could use to scan and test their code. Yes, there were Docker containers and a methodology for how to create your own containers using Docker, but trying to build a pipeline to process the resulting containers was a lot more difficult. So you have to recall, one of our motivations for DevSecOps was the potential link with the newly established risk management framework accreditation process. So initially we needed a pipeline that the internal software developer teams could push their code through for testing. Historically, we had used the Fortify tool for scanning software for vulnerabilities. However, one, it really couldn't scan the complete container. And two, the list of known vulnerabilities was only updated about every 6 months. Neither of these two issues would support the agile and security promises that initially attracted us to the DevSecOps concepts. So to smooth out these internal transitions would require both top-down commitment from the management and leadership and bottom-up flexibility from the individual action officers, implementers, also known as our DevSecOps teams. So what helped make it successful? I would say leadership, hard work, team collaboration, and culture. So from a leadership standpoint, dedicated leadership, having open dialogue, and there was lots of hard work between the different teams representing the software development, our cyber teams, our networking teams, representing a collaborative and unified approach to collectively succeeding at DevSecOps. So we want to share with you some categories or topics: leadership, teaming, and container ATO. Each of these categories represents several background stories that collectively represent an interconnected safety net that helps support the success of our DevSecOps journey. As we cover these categories, you will notice that they do not stand alone, and aspects of strong leadership are required to successfully achieve the motivations of other categories. So we will interweave leadership points throughout the lesson learned stories associated with these different categories. As we go on with platform sustainment, another important piece of our aspect journey, and the reality is it continually evolves as technology and community progressively pushes the bounds of DevSecOps, is the sustainment aspect of the pipeline and or the platform. So we have researched and selected open source solutions if they've proved to provide similar comparative results versus the commercial license selections that were available at that time, and we continue to evaluate. Maintenance sustainment. So the majority of our operational aspects within the DevSecOps pipeline are fairly automated, and we do not have significant maintenance costs. However, we do have a couple FTEs or full-time equivalents staff that keep the pipeline running smoothly that reside across our operational network and platforming teams. From a licensing perspective, our only unique software to the DevSecOps pipeline is the Prisma Cloud or Twistlock license for container scanning. Other software that support DevSecOps activities are SonarQube, which is not used as much now, but will eventually become part of our new machine learning ops pipeline. GitLab for source code and configurations, Docker and Docker Trusted Registry for our container registry, and Jenkins to automate releases of our applications in staging and production. So the journey always continues with culture. Culture is a huge piece. So as we look at dive a little deeper into culture, so why is culture so important? So when IT people talk about IT solutions, they tend to focus on technology advancements and innovation. I know I do all the time, rather than the people and processes required to make these capabilities function correctly and the end user who was ultimately benefiting from it. The adoption and implementation of DevSecOps, it's definitely not easy. It challenges how teams interact and fundamentally changes individual roles across those teams in different divisions or areas. Traditional IT accreditation operations, it's an audit-based control framework designed to improve quality, assurance, security, compliance. They wait for the software to pass through traditional sign-offs and further rounds of testing. This chain of activities represents a deep-seated cultural aversion to alternatives achieving risk mitigation. DevSecOps represents a major shift in the software development and accreditation operations. Introduces the concept of cross-functional teams. We're creating a pipeline consisting of automated tools and processes. Mandates pipeline tool test against human-provided functions and rules. Requires everyone trust, and the software development teams can and will be responsible stewards of organizational-wide principles and requirements. The team trust should be earned through execution of small functional efforts that demonstrate their collaborative successes as a team unit. So DevSecOps focuses mainly on the mindset and culture shifts in how organizations approach the development, processing, and accreditation of software tools. Our implementation, like many in the commercial DevSecOps domain, are based on in-house or government-owned software development teams. But you can't just buy DevSecOps or effective teams. They need to be nurtured, supported, and guided, and constantly evolving throughout the entire time. So these three things that leadership did to help shift the organizational culture and foster the concept of cross-functional teams, which we originally had a single tiger team, was based on the cross-function. So we help individuals and teams create new views that will be of what it will be like with DevSecOps through continuous learning, improvement, growth, and other opportunities. The use of the power questions to help shift conversations when they go off track or get bogged down. If you sense this may be happening in an upcoming meeting, the few minutes before the meeting to jot down a few questions you could ask to improve the situation or understand it better. Creating an internal tiger team or cross-functional team involving different levels of experience and expertise. Technical talent, why is that important? So identifying and acquiring the technical talent to make DevSecOps work is a multi-phase process, and it definitely will not happen overnight. This will take some time, some dedication, and some research. So Unlike most of DoD, OIMST, or my division, is still searching for a good GovMil technical talent, always. Ideally, the top-down technical talent is required at all levels of leadership. So these people represent leadership that will be responsible for some of the technical guidance and making hard decisions that will provide oversight and course correction, bottom-up team processes and behaviors. This leadership is ultimately responsible and key to support the continuous improvement that makes DevSecOps flow smoothly. The bottom-up technical talent is also required amongst my team, from the action officer or the individual working at different taskers to different aspects of the DevSecOps pipeline process. So what type of technical talent is needed for DevSecOps? So leadership, leveraging and working with existing Department of Defense DevSecOps capabilities. For example, the Software Engineering Institute, United States Air Force Platform One teams is an excellent way for us to supplement some of an organizational lack of technical talent and a way to identify potential new technical talent. So other skills are required, like soft skills, technical skills. So from the soft skills, these are the intangible skills, include the ability to learn, adapt, embrace new approaches, all of which are really hard for computer science type people. They need to be able to listen attentively, negotiate, solve problems, and build teams across the board. From a technical skills perspective, risk, threat modeling, cybersecurity, programmable infrastructure skills are some of the skills that are truly needed today. Here's a list of some of the DevOps role that you may want to consider, and note that we did have some people with these extensive background. One is an evangelist or leadership, right? Promoting the benefits of the DevSecOps by identifying and quantifying the business benefits, trying to get to that yes piece. A release manager, which is more technical than traditional project managers. They address the management and coordination of the product from development through production. Automation architect, comprehensive automation role across DevSecOps tools and cloud platforms. Software development testers. So developers are responsible for not only turning new requirements into code, but unit testing, deployment, and ongoing monitoring as well. Experience assurance, traditional quality assurance edition of ensuring that all new features and functions are released with the end user experience in mind. A utility technologist. So a utility technologist is a team member who can operate effectively across development platforms, tools, networks, servers and databases, and even across development support. So major factors in successful DevSecOps implementation is embracing change. So why is embracing change important? So you have development, cyber and configuration management changes. So organizations have to evolve. If you're not evolving, you're basically doing waterfall in my book. How our organization originally did business and dealt with software development, cyber networking would not be the same as we slowly adopted to DevSecOps. Here are some of the examples of how we embrace the change. So from a software development standpoint, our organization's approach to custom software creation focused on using the traditional waterfall process and procedures had to shift to using agile methodologies. From a cyber and networking team, our cyber and configuration management team approached their jobs and duties like many others do within the DoD. We have a set process and procedures, and like using SharePoint to capture output from our software development custom code process. But however, using SharePoint for the DevSecOps output would require a lot of extra steps and becoming a time sink, slowing down our newly established DevSecOps processes, which we are already using Jira to capture their activities in the pipeline. Government leadership had to help our cyber and configuration management team embrace change and resolve the situation with a policy decision to use Jira to capture all the output from our DevSecOps pipeline activities. Improvements and pruning, how to realign your organization's existing processes and procedures. So embracing the DevSecOps journey includes cultural shifts that tend to be deeply embedded in the process and procedures that represent the pulsing beats that make many organizations move smoothly. The processes are sometimes the results of months or years of continuous refinement and perfection. However, when you embrace DevSecOps, it also means understanding the push towards agility that translate into supporting new concepts of automation and continuous improvement. Automate what can be automated is one of the key goals here. Always have something or been thriving component of DevSecOps. Google considers this process automating away toil, which are defined as mutual repetitive tasks devoid of enduring value and scales linearly as systems grow. So the term site reliability engineering is a term used today by many IT specialists to describe the push towards increasing automation. The following practices that we have represent both historical and present contributing factors that help focus our continuous push and evolution towards the next generation DevSec milestones. One is continuous integration, and the other one is automated testing. So continuous integration is frequent code commits. Every commit is built, defects are detected, and alert notifications are generated. Automated testing, execute tests, compare the actual outcomes with predicted outcomes. Infrastructure as code. So bottom up, the management of the infrastructure, networks, virtual machines, load balancers, and connection topology in a descriptive model using the same versioning as DevSecOps teams for source code. Infrastructure as code is a key DevSecOps practice and is used in conjunction with continuous delivery. So continuous delivery, again, it's the practice of building, testing, and delivering improvements to software code and user environments with the help of automated tools. Continuous deployment, deploy to production automatically. When change pass, automated test. Continuous monitoring, automated detection of compliance and risk issues associated with deployments of the operational environment. So the journey continues, teaming. So we need to break the mold and we got to empower the team. So breaking the mold. So why traditional DoD teaming structures must change? So most government organizations are organized, well, what we think is in the wrong way, as separate silos of excellence that don't work well together. As we stated earlier, these IT operational components, configuration management, security operations, tend to be driven by rigid processes and procedures. So it's usually difficult to run an integrated functional team in this type of environment. So DoD governance can cause some issues. If you try to simply match existing rules and regulations to the new DevSecOps process, you're going to run into some issues. So how does DevSecOps help break down these barriers? So DevSecOps represents a new change initiative that includes developmental practices that can be used every day as part of the flow of work to reinforce new mindsets. It ushers in the development of new multi-threaded business processes, establishing communities across the cross-functional team members as they return to their original teams. And it gives rise to that team empowerment. So empowering the team, it's the movement towards concept of the cross-functional team structures. So you ask, what is a cross-functional team structure? So cross-functional team structure originally comes out of industry. The team members are selected based upon capabilities they are being asked to perform and not because they're part of a specific project. So how government contracts can hinder creation and successful execution of cross-functional teams, you ask? Current contract structures tend to separate out our software development, our operational components into different contracts, different areas, different buildings, different everything. Successful DevOps pipelines requires team members from both the software, our development, and our operations teams. As I mentioned earlier, the cross-task order service level agreements will be successful, and that's how we ensure from a cross-team functionality. The inflexibility of these contracts makes modification of contracts difficult to execute at a later date. So how do we handle that concept of a cross-functional team? So we only had one cross-functional team within the division known as the DevSecOps Tiger Team. We championed it, the government championed it, determined that the Tiger Team would consist of one representative from each of the software development and operational teams. Software development ops pipeline manager, a software lead, an architect, an ingest operational folk, information assurance, testing, configuration management, operations, and network architect. So at that time, the government leads felt that the only workaround to current contract restrictions were to collectively immerse the team leaders into the DevSecOps development process. The government had hoped that this would help deal with concerns that would arise as the pipeline began to take shape. This team met weekly to receive presentations, demonstrations of pipeline development phases, and work through their overall concerns and reservations. While these weekly meetings were useful and were more equally many sidebar meetings within the operations teams who at times felt that their concerns were not being heard or resolved. So the biggest hurdle we faced was getting the Tiger team members to embrace the concepts of the government trying to empower the teams by delegating some authority down to them, but being sure that we managed accountability as well as we moved forward. So one of the things that we did as well today, this talk has provided very, very slight insight into behind the scenes of what one organization, my organization, experienced as they embarked and continued to push through the DevSecOps journey. While we realize that some of the situations might be unique to the underlying government domain where I reside, I hope that you'll find the underlying teaming and collaborative nature of our solutions is applicable outside of our world. One story I'd like to reiterate covered the concepts for resolving common teaming mistakes. Don't talk to them, but talk to them. In this story, we selected our Tiger team members from across the organization and made a team. However, a group of people around the table don't necessarily become synergized, collaborative entity. It takes additional work and talking to make the Tiger team behave like a cross-functional group. Getting all sides to talk to each other and actually listen to each other requires leadership skills and mentoring before the meetings, during the meetings, and after the meetings. Like the title of this presentation, DevSecOps journey is a journey that is continuously evolving as the technology and community matures. So does our understanding of these new and different ways to adjust to the latest technology and challenges that all DevSecOps pipeline developers must face. So outside of the continuous drive to maturing our DevSecOps pipeline, what's next? So we want to leverage our existing DevSecOps knowledge and apply it to creation of a machine learning ops pipeline that'll encompass continuous development, testing, deployment, and monitoring of our machine learning models. This new DevSecOps venture is in support of our new data science team who want to create machine learning models using a pipeline methodology. And now we've begun the proof of concept to prove out that effort, some of the initial ideas, and we will be discussing our initial ideas and findings at the upcoming all-day DevSecOps conference on the 12th of November. And we look forward to bringing you those results and solutions. And Hasan, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Christopher. It's a great presentation and actually a real story how the implemented DevSecOps that you guys started years ago. So there was a questions on our audience and questions about how does it relates to Platform One and or what are the differences?
So that's an awesome question. So we've actually have reached out and started working with Nick Shalon, Platform One, of doing a proof of concept. But the difference is I have the infrastructure, so the backend infrastructure and the software stack from DevSecOps pipeline, where Platform One is actually providing the infrastructure, almost like a cloud service provider. They do a great service. Mine is very focused, and it completes and I have the entire stack. Sorry.
Yep. Great. And other questions. Have you heard about the team topologies, which is the new concept of building the team together? So in your culture, maybe specifically, you mentioned that. So like biggest challenge what I have been seeing in DoD, teams are in different groups or different divisions. Not bringing that into a working group together. What was the motivations bring that? Also, what are the challenges you saw to bring the people from different groups or different departments based on their skills? So how you achieve that building up a team from different groups?
So that's a really long process. So one of the things is you have to find the right folks that are actually motivated. And as I said during the presentation, it's not only just finding the right folks that are motivated that want to embrace new technologies and or new processes. It's also finding folks that are eager to learn and move towards this new way of doing business across. So it's mentoring from my perspective as a division chief, that team, right, as they first walk in the door during their time with us, bringing that team together and working through the group dynamics, right? Forming, storming, norming. We have to work through all of that. But it's also that continuous discussion across all the team members about what we're doing, why we're doing it. And then also the other thing I like to show them is and teach about is what is our goal, either from a proof of concept standpoint, right? We need to have a date, but we also need to have methods of measurement. What are we trying to do? What are we trying to solve? The other part of it is showing the team, not telling the team, but showing the team from a leadership standpoint that you're going to provide the coverage, what I call top cover, for them to fail forward and fail fast. So why are we failing? Senior leadership coming down, yelling about, how come we're spending all this money? It's actually proving out to them some of our theories that we think might work that doesn't work. But we had a hypothesis in mind that we wanted to prove out. And it's protecting that team so they can go and do that kind of work and do that cross-team collaboration. So without saying, no, you must stay within your little bubble.
Did you change any incentives within that teams, or have you, as a managers, let's say I'm a leader of that group, manager of that group, another issues with people are not sharing because of incentives or the performance or other metrics. How do you solve that challenging problem though?
So I'm in a little different boat because as the government, right, we do contracts, and some of our contracts have service level agreements. And as long as they meet them, one of them is innovation. So if we have something written in there talking about you must provide us so many pieces of innovation per month, and we define what innovation is, right? That gives that contractor team the incentive. The real challenge on my part is from a government standpoint, and the incentive again is, one, public praise, cash awards, different unique assignments, leading different projects, and actually having those folks leading that particular effort, that proof of concept, actually brief out to senior leadership and give them that visibility and that chance to have that interaction to see what's really going on at the senior levels within the agency and or, again, across all these different teams, whether it's, my director, the IT director, or other directorates. So each person has their own different personal motivation, and it's a discussion from a leadership standpoint about finding out what makes that person tick and what makes them happy.
That goes back to the cultural element, right? Some is getting from the top down and the bottom up and to work together. Oh yeah. That's a great one. So two things struck me, and you put a contract as barriers and enablers, right?
It's a double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword. So that you can make it worse, or you can make it better.
Right. So I will preface this as this is a Chris Brazier opinion, not the opinion of the DoD or DITRA as a whole. But so I've been in a few different agencies, and I've worked with many different contracting companies. It depends on, again, the folks that are recruited into that program and organization that you're contracting with, that they have that desire, that motivation, and that determination. That makes a really good contracting partner. Have that open and collaborative discussion. I've been in other organizations where that partnership did not exist, and it was very contentious, and you're always butting heads. So, like I said, it really depends on the contract, contracting and or your vendor partner, and how you have that relationship. One of the things I think I pride myself on is maybe I'm too open and transparent with my contractor lead, but we have an open and honest discussion about what my vision is, how I think I want to proceed, and then actually listen to whatever feedback he or she may have. And that feedback to me is valuable because I didn't corner the market on great ideas or the vision. It's that collaborative, cross-functional team, two leaders talking in a room and then gathering other folks. And they don't have to be in a leadership position. It could be a developer. And you say, hey, this is kind of what I'm thinking. And they may look at you like you're half crazy. And it's taking that feedback and saying, all right, I need you to tell me why I'm going down the wrong path or you think I'm half crazy. And it's that interaction there with not only leadership on the contract, the developers on the contract, anybody in a contract within whatever level that they're serving at, it's having that discussion. So you're flushing out that vision and you're flushing it out together. They have a sense of ownership of it and a sense of pride.
So that what I hear from you, and you share the visions, and people are part of this movement, are part of the vision. So they believe the strong reasons why we have to do it. That goes back to another note in my note. You said adapt or die, which is your motivations, right? So that's another forcing thing in DoD. We have to adapt, otherwise we're gonna die. We're gonna die means like we cannot really do the good work, we cannot deliver on time, we cannot deliver the work. So how do you really get the concept throughout the team? Because sometimes that makes stressful, right? Because it makes people to really work very hard. Maybe sometimes, we don't want to make some mistake. That's another thing I'm hearing from the DoD perspective. We don't want to fail fast because sometimes the human life in the horizon, we cannot do fail fast. That makes a lot of stressful. Would you think that type of situation, which is another side effect of going fast and going mistakes or make some mistakes? So do you see that problem in your side?
I think it's a great question, and I think I'd like to answer it a couple different ways. One, I think I'm lucky enough to have staff that what we call embeds or are actually out with our forward partners, whether they're combatant commands or somewhere else, and having them there. And I like to describe this in this really crazy way. If anybody owns a house or a condo and you kind of do any kind of renovation, right? And you think about paint, there's like a billion types of paint and colors, right? So when you can look at like your partner and you're like, I need paint. The fact that you're involved in that process, that you're embedded with them, you pretty much know generally, he wants high gloss paint. It's outside, probably white in color to maintain the same thing. And you may have to ask one or two clarifying questions. And I think that's what helps us fail fast, fail forward, and fail successfully. And how I say fail successfully is we've learned those lessons by having people there that understand the problem set to where we can actually talk to them and they're like, oh no, this is what they really mean by this certain problem set. This is what they're looking at. Here's a tool that might help. We may have to enhance or modernize that current tool set. And not only will it help this current problem set within this current command, it may help our whole partner and customer base going forward. So it's that part that kind of drives what we do as a whole. And again, it's that cross-functional team collaboration as well, because it's not only that person out forward, they're calling back to my team in Virginia, and then they're also talking amongst themselves. So it's like this whole reach back network that makes us super successful. And I think we've learned a lot of hard lessons over the years to how to fail successfully so we don't have somebody's life in harm's way. And one of the biggest things that we're known for is we're able to pivot or turn towards any problem set and almost help them solve it within 2 weeks or less. Either develop a new tool, deploy an enhancement, which could be even less than 2 weeks, could be a day or two. Or, one of the things I'm working on right now, which is kind of like more administrative, is looking at who isn't coming into the building because of the COVID-19 situation for contact tracing.
So there are a lot of lessons learned from your journey. I hear that there's so much things we can learn while we are embracing DevSecOps in many DoD programs. Your journey is shedding a light for many perspectives. So we have a 1 more minute same, so I'm going to close maybe a 1 minute if you have time. I think if you have can be like a maybe short answer. We talk about the ATO. Do you think the culture is part of the ATO as well, continuous ATO or ATO perspective?
So I think it's definitely part of the culture. And one of the things that we've done that's super successful is we actually have what we call our authorizing official as part of the team.
Part of the team. Perfect.
So, and I think that's one of the keys to success. You know, you've heard about this a long time ago, bring security in early and bring them in often. Well, they never go away. They're always there as part of the process. And that's success right there.
Thank you so much, Chris. It was a great talk and great presentation, great lesson learned. I wish we had more time to listen from your anti-pattern, other components, other failure stories, because we always look for the good stories. We have to look at the failure stories as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Thanks for your time. So we're going to go to the next speakers in 5 minutes. So we'll continue our DevSecOps days, and stay tuned, stay with us and continue for our sessions.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us for DevSecOps Days DC 2020. Our next presenter coming up, I'm very honored to introduce Mr. Altaz Balani. He's the Director of Insights and Research over at Security Compass, manages their overall research vision and research team, does a lot of ongoing research in the software security domain, and it sits on many councils like the Safe Code Technical Leadership Council, the CIO Strategy Council. He sits on several IEEE working groups taking a look at international policies in cybersecurity. Today's going to be talking to us about evolving your DevOps to manage speed and risk as we try to walk the tightrope between speed of delivery while maintaining an acceptable level of security risk. That's what we're going to be hearing about today. So at this point, Altaz, thank you very much, and I'll kick it over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Aaron. And thank you, everyone, for joining me in the presentation today. So as Aaron had indicated, it's really about evolving DevSecOps to manage both speed and risk. If we consider the context of how DevSecOps has evolved, we started really injecting security into DevSecOps, and it's reached a point now where the context of risk is broader than just security. We've now got compliance, we've now got legal. And so when we talk about each of these areas, we put it into a container called risk now. And this is how we're evolving DevSecOps to help us manage both the speed and all these various kinds of risks that we've got. A little bit about our agenda today. We're going to start to talk first about evolving sort of the evolution of DevSecOps in the context of speed. And then we'll talk about how this now starts to get into this idea of risk. And the third part of our discussion today is going to be really on how do we bring these two together. So as you can see from this outline, it's very simple. DevSecOps and risk is a natural evolution of where we are and where we're going to be heading. Now, I just want to point out that this presentation is not a code level presentation. It's not going to be talking about specific tools. What it will be doing, however, is in the time that we've been allotted to talk about the various integrations that we could now go in and begin to bring these domains of risk and DevOps together. So first of all, let's start to take a look at DevSecOps and speed. I polled Twitter last week just to find out what are we talking about when we deal with DevSecOps. So definitely security is a big thing. Cyber resilience, application security, cybersecurity is there. And you'll notice that we've got risk, but it's not really a prevalent part of our discussion today. So much of what we are seeing is really still around security. And eventually, this is going to make its way over into other areas of risk where we consider things like privacy, for example. And so the idea that we need to consider how we evolve DevSecOps to include risk is an important aspect of the discussions that are taking place today. There are three fundamental challenges when we look at the existing context. First of all, from a security perspective, many times I hear that secure coding and system security is not a priority in organizations. I also hear that there's a lot of focus on the exit criteria. So not a lot on developing securely, but really focused on the end deliverable date and the artifacts that would be associated with that final delivery. And what ends up happening is we end up accruing this technical debt over time. And we see this in terms of remediation and the costs of remediation and the time to remediate continuing to increase. So it's not unreasonable to in some contexts to look at remediation being about a year. It's simply because we haven't had the opportunity to go back and to fix some of those things. And the third part is that the testing processes do not reflect the production environment. And this has been a common issue where, from a security perspective, we know that we have our development environments, but when we move it into any other environment, as we go through that promotion, then suddenly we find that the security protocols are different, security controls are different. And so we're unable to go in and to achieve the level of rigor that we are expecting from a security perspective. Now, because of these, and there are more, but just for the sake of argument, just within these three, we end up with a lot of implications. First of all, there's unauthorized access to data and the source code. Again, the idea is that if security is not a priority, then why not? There are unintended privilege escalation and authorized users because the focus may be, for example, on trying to achieve that exit criteria. There are also things around data modification, false alerts and updates. And because of the false alerts and updates, we end up with suppression of valid alerts. Oftentimes, the alerts that come back are ignored. We have malicious dependency insertion, and finally, the hijacking of the tools as the build servers. So as you can see, we've got some challenges when it comes to DevSecOps. There are root causes of these, and we are now seeing some of the implications of those. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to take this apart, but it's important to understand the context that we're in. And when I have discussions with a lot of people who are in the security space, part of their challenge is also related to things outside of the pipelines. So, for example, we inherit a technology mess that is often not of our own making, and we're now asked to secure that. Or we've got a movement to go towards DevOps, but we haven't really addressed security as we've made that transition. There's no process or documentation for security reviews. So there's a lot of work to go in to train people, to set up a program, to help people understand why it's important to do security. A lot of IT systems have security bolted on after the fact, so it's done in a sort of random manner, so to speak. We're just not able to test all of our security requirements. We may have systems where we may not have documentation, for example. And finally, the adversary changes the environment. And we see this on an ongoing basis where we've gone in and we've set up certain controls, and we now know that our systems are secure to the best of our abilities, given the constraints around resourcing and budget and so on. And then suddenly something new comes in and the landscape has shifted as a result. So that's the context that we're looking at today. And yet, while all this is going on, we still need to keep moving fast. So what I'm describing here isn't new. What we have seen is the response from the industry has been to develop some kind of a competency framework. And here's one example, a comprehensive framework done by NIST called the NICE framework. And in here, we have, for example, competencies around provisioning, around operational elements and maintenance, around things like oversight, analysis of the data, so on and so forth. And not just what we call level 1 competencies, but diving a little bit deeper and taking a look also at the level 2 competencies that exist. And given the comprehensive nature of this kind of a framework, the natural question that emerges is what is important to us and what is it that we need to focus on? So keep in mind, given the context that we saw, this is one aspect of the response from organizations, from the industry, to suggest, let's look at the competencies, first of all, that will be required to operate in that kind of context that we talked about. Now, you'll notice that in this particular chart that I've got in front of us, risk management is there. It's in the top left. And we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive on that. So usually when you look at a framework like this, it can get overwhelming pretty quickly. So what we usually see is there's some subset of this that is usually manifested in organizations, perhaps something that would go in and say, let's focus on the top 4 things. Perhaps it's around governance, intelligence, the secure lifecycle touch points, and deployment. And then as we start to go deeper and as we start to talk to various stakeholders, that's where we go in and start to build out the necessary controls that we would need. So again, it's not as comprehensive as what we would see in the NIST and ICE framework, but the intent here is we've responded in kind to try to understand what role we can play from a security perspective to help the business move forward while helping them manage their risk. So in this case, you'll notice there are things like strategy and metrics. We've got things in here around the security features. What is most relevant from a risk standpoint on the left-hand side in the middle box is compliance and policy. Compliance and policy ties into risk, but it's not a clean integration as of today. It's changing, but what we oftentimes find is either a policy gets thrown over or something that is nuanced that is not interpreted correctly. And so we end up developing in DevSecOps through our pipelines according to something which eventually, when it comes out, hasn't quite met the target. And therein lies the problem that I'm hoping to address in this presentation. How do we move quickly and at the same time still be able to manage those kinds of risks? So when we operationalize the last two slides that I talked about from a competency standpoint, usually we find it looks something like this, where we've got some kind of a backlog or a planning board of some kind, and then we've got different environments. A development environment, we have a testing environment, we have a production environment. Each of these environments work along a particular phase of the software development lifecycle. And then we've got our infrastructure security that supports the entire provisioning and lifecycle. And when we look at this from a security lens perspective, what's emerged is there are three categories of security practices. The first one is really focused on prevention. So these are practices such as security requirements. We're trying to make sure we inject security before we even start to code. We've got classification. What's important from a security standpoint? There are things like threat modeling. We've got things in there around architecture. And this is, again, before we start to code, before we start to test, before we start extensive provisioning, can we get a better understanding of the lay of the land to try to prevent security breaches or security gaps from entering into our process? And at the bottom, we also take a look at it from the infrastructure standpoint. Since we're dealing with dev and ops and we're looking at security as a DevSecOps model, we also have things that we do to prevent issues from the infrastructure side as well. And then we've also got the other areas which are around detection. Now we've started to code, can we detect whether we've missed something? And this is where we get into things like secure coding, guidelines that exist. Do we have any kind of verification, SAST scans, things like that, dynamic scanning. And that's where the intent is we have something. We just want to make sure whether we've not missed something in there. And then there's a third category, which is around the response. And these practices are all about the production environment. So we have security monitoring taking place. We have ongoing traceability. If something comes in, how do we trace this back to the environment, to the specific application, and ideally trace it back to the dev side as a feedback loop to understand what is it that we may have missed and how do we now rectify this? So this represents the operational state, generically speaking, of what we have today in the industry, the different environments. We've got prevention, detection, response related practices. And by and large, this is the approach that we're looking at. What's missing in this, however, is the whole idea of risk. We have focused on security, but there are other areas of risk that need to enter in here as well. So let's now do a dive and look at how DevSecOps and risk integrate together. What I've done for the purposes of illustration is focused on ISO 31010, which is a standard on risk assessment specifically. And what I've done is I've extracted out components of that. And I'd like to walk through what that looks like, first of all, generically as a risk assessment process. And then what I'll do is I'll give you some thoughts on how we can integrate this kind of a risk assessment process into DevSecOps. So first of all, what we do is we elicit views from stakeholders. And this is the initial part of the risk assessment process. The way we typically do this is through a brainstorming session, or we get a group of people together using a Delphi technique. We might do interviews, we might do surveys. Ideally, if we can automate the survey in some way, that would be great because we can go back and leverage and reuse that in the future. But that's the intent here, is to elicit views from our stakeholders. The second thing we want to do is we want to identify the risk. And when we look at identifying the specific risk, there are different ways to do that. We can use checklists. We can have our own taxonomy. So, for example, looking at what might be possible threats, looking at classifications, doing scenario analysis to help us identify where we might consider potential risk entering into our systems is a good way to go about doing this. And then we have to determine the sources and the causes and the drivers of this risk. And usually that's done using a fishbone diagram. So we have, for example, a particular scenario that we're looking at and what might cause that scenario to take place. And then we go in and we analyze the controls. So, for example, a bow tie analysis will enable us to consider all the possibilities of sources of where we might have breaches, and at the same time consider what might be some mitigating controls that we want to use. What are the root causes? Those types of things begin to emerge slowly in the bow tie analysis. And when we start to understand the consequences and the likelihood, this is where we start to prioritize based on business impact analysis, privacy impact analysis, security impact analysis. All these questions start to emerge. What are the legal implications of that? And then we now have to select between these options. And so we get into a cost-benefit analysis, trying to determine what makes sense, what's the return going to be based on the cost that we're going to put in terms of mitigating controls. And finally, the recording and the reporting, usually going back to some kind of a risk register from an assessment standpoint to a broader risk management framework like NIST RMF or ISO 31000 or something like that. So this represents the risk assessment process. We've got 7 steps. We saw what we had with DevSecOps. We looked at the 3 categories of security practices that we had. The question is, how do we now bring these 2 together? That's the challenge that's in front of us. And so when we talk about trying to extend and trying to evolve DevSecOps so that it handles both speed and risk, this becomes an important part of how we now start to integrate these 2 together. So once again, what I've done is just put the diagram that we had previously on the DevSecOps flow, the DevSecOps model that we have. And let's now start to see how we can inject risk into this. So the first thing is coming from some kind of an inventory list or a CMDB or some system, which is a system of record that represents the various application components that exist, can now be put in and fed into security requirements through an automated security survey. Because we understand, for example, who is the owner of a given asset, when was it last updated, what are the security protocols around patching that, all these things can be extracted from a system like this and automated and then populated into the form of security requirements from a planning perspective. So what I'm going to show you as we build this out, the filled in rectangles represent the sources, and the rectangles that are not filled in represents the risk assessment criteria that we looked at in the previous slide. The second thing we want to do is we want to look at a risk taxonomy and a classification scheme. And the way that we can achieve this is by using standards and frameworks. Standards and frameworks give us the ability to go in, for example, with OWASP Top 10, let's say, as a framework, what is important? What are the various categories that we need to look at? CWE is another example of that as well. And then we correlate that with things like standards like ISO 27001 or NIST 853. And what this does now is it gives us a classification scheme that we can use. And notice what I'm doing here. On the right-hand side, we've got our DevSecOps. On the left-hand side, we're now starting to bridge the gap with risk. We then go in and take a look at security architecture. So this is where we've got architectural patterns in here. And we start to bridge these patterns based on the architecture that exists within the organization. So we may have, for example, Java, we may have something that's based on Android, whatever the architecture happens to be. And by going in and looking at the architecture and merging that with the standards and frameworks, we end up with a threat modeling approach that we can then use to go in and suggest where the gaps might lie. We then have a traceability matrix, which gives us the security and privacy impact analysis, which gives us now this architectural approach that allows us to go in and understand how we've got security mapping directly to our architecture. And finally, we've got secure coding and the knowledge base, which feeds into helping from a secure coding perspective and providing the right guidelines. Now, what happens is when we look at the automated tools that we've got around SAST and DAST as an example, those also provide us with an approach to give us traceability so that it's not just an attestation from the developer, but it's also something that comes in from the tools. And so we've got two levels of this attestation that provides us and informs how we're going to be conducting the risk assessment. All of this, from a risk standpoint, eventually makes its way into some kind of a risk metric that is contextual to the organization, and that goes against a risk guardrail. Does this map against the risk guardrails that we have? If not, what do we now need to do to go in there and mitigate against it? And so this represents how we can bring these two sides together. Once again, we've got different systems that exist. What we need to do is just make sure we've got that middle layer that allows us to integrate now directly with our DevSecOps pipelines. So in terms of next steps and what we want to do, really what we're trying to do in the shorter term is we'd like to look for areas where we've got good practices that are missing and advocate for implementing those. So the intent is not to come in from a security context and suggest that we're going to overhaul everything. That's difficult to do when we consider in a broader risk context. Just look for the areas where the good practices are missing, and let's start to chip away at those low-hanging fruit areas and begin to see how we can move forward. And then we then need to take a look and demonstrate and teach these practices around risk assessments and threat modeling and keep moving this forward, because it is now our responsibility to take a look and see how we can bring risk into the discussions. And then we influence the business towards reducing the complexity and following these good practices. So from a business standpoint, it's important to ensure that we still adhere to the idea of speed, but it's going to balance that speed against how much risk we're willing to take on. And if we approach it from the perspective of trying to reduce the complexity of the systems we've got, we have a role to play when we're taking a look at it from a security perspective. And then we also need to be aware that there may be cases where we may not have all the scenarios and all the answers. For a long time, we went in and we did things, and then suddenly we had cloud. Cloud introduces a whole bunch of new scenarios. So we need to continually be able to evolve. And finally, in the longer term, looking at aligning with an existing strategy, there may be business strategies, IT strategies, looking at the lens of risk across all the systems, even our legacy systems. And this is where we're looking at bringing risk in and building relationships with people outside of IT and security. So what we end up doing is we end up becoming facilitators. And that's the presentation. I hope it gives you insight into how we could go in and we can integrate risk into DevSecOps, both for the purposes of not slowing down the business and at the same time managing the risk. What I've described to you today is in fact happening. The tide has essentially turned at this point, and we're no longer focused on just one aspect of risk, but there are many areas of risk. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Aaron if there are any questions or comments. Thank you.
Hey, thanks so much, Altaz. So I wanted to ask, if we're just starting out and we're assessing the risk against our system that we're fielding, should by default at the beginning, should everything be assumed as high risk and then we justify our way out of that position?
That's a good question. If this hasn't been done before and you trigger the switch initially, it's possible that everything suddenly goes red. And it's simply because we haven't gone in and done a risk assessment in the past. So in order to accommodate that, it's just as with when we first started to bring security into DevSecOps. The idea here, of course, is that we want to make sure that we are prioritizing this in terms of what is important to the business. So even though we may see that we've got a lot of things that are redlined, it will eventually come down to a cost issue, a resourcing issue, a prioritization issue. And there may be certain situations where one risk can, or one mitigation against a risk can offset or reduce the risk in another area. So it doesn't do away with the idea that we have to go and we have to do some kind of assessment or some kind of analysis. But just, when we initially start, we should expect that there will be some noise in the system, and we can gradually go in and start to ease and iron that out. Just as when we introduced risk or any other new thing in the system, suddenly we started to get a lot of feedback coming in. The objective, of course, is to make sure that as we work with the teams to prioritize this, that we're not doing this in a way that slows them down significantly and doesn't impede them from achieving the business objective of speed. So that's what I would suggest.
Great. Mentioned, mapping a certain security standard or framework to our security controls in a DevSecOps pipeline. What happens if these are constantly evolving, as you know? What happens if a standard or framework gets updated?
Yeah, you know what? We should expect that. Standards are not static. Some standards have a longer shelf life than others. They've got about 5 years, depending on which standard you're looking at. But we should build this in a way that anticipates that these kinds of changes will be occurring. And what we're really trying to do here is we're trying to build in the traceability so that if something changes, and we're living through that now. So we've got NIST 853, for example. When something changes, we should be able to go in and interpret based on the changes what the impact is going to be to our systems. And this is what provides us with the necessary speed to enable the rapid fixing of any issues so that we could go in and minimize the risk for the business going forward. So even though things will be evolving, eventually you get to a point where these changes that come in are in fact part of a trigger around a risk discussion to bring other stakeholders together. And that's the value of this kind of a platform as we evolve this into the future.
Awesome. Altaz Valari, we're just about out of time. Thank you very, very much for the talk, and I look forward to seeing these techniques be implemented across different customers and shops that I view. Thanks so much for joining us, and right now we're going to be headed into our next break. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Aaron.
Hi, everybody. It's a great honor for me to introduce Mr. Sean Brady. He's the DoD's senior lead for software acquisition policy and workforce in the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Acquisition Enablers. Serves as a functional manager for defense software modernization policy programs and initiatives to ensure the U.S. dominates in digital warfighting capability delivery. He also was a professor at DAU, forging the path for DAU's curriculum to be updated to include Agile and DevSecOps practices. He's going to be talking to us today about how software acquisition and DevSecOps can improve the lethality of the DoD. At this point, Mr. Brady, I'd like to kick it over to you.
All right, thanks for that introduction, Aaron. And first off the top, I'd like to thank Hasan Yasar, who's been a great friend, and thank you, Hasan, for inviting me and getting this opportunity to discuss the DoD's new software acquisition pathway policy and how DevSecOps enables the DoD's transformation. Towards the end, I would love to get some community feedback on some of the high-level metrics that are presented in this deck that actually augment the DORA 4. See what you guys think about that. But back to Hasan, he and I worked together to launch the DevSecOps Academy out of DAU when I was learning director over there. Hasan is absolutely brilliant, has been a key figure in DoD to get us moving in the right direction and instrumental in many of the early transformations. This is my second tour of duty at the Pentagon. I was previously the OSD Army Deputy Director for Software Engineering, focused on quantitative risk assessments over 60 ACAT-1 programs, and that really means very large scale software development. So over, $435 million in research and development to get those programs out the door. And I really learned about, that large scale development and complexity. But I spent my early career at the Army Software Engineering Center on rapid fielding programs supporting SOCOM and JIDO. And so this new policy is personally very exciting to me because it's cool to see how mainstream acquisition can mirror and adopt the mindset we had when delivering to special operators and the JIDO community. But it's definitely a substantial departure from the usual way of doing business in DoD, substantially different cycle times to unleash DevSecOps. So we'll cover the why and the what of this policy and OSD's role here. I come from the Acquisition Enablers Organization. We truly want to enable program success and improve the pathway. So really, we're here to provide insight on the health and the pathway to make sure it's not getting in your way for DoD programs. And that's a departure from pure oversight role. So that's what's really cool about this job is getting to fight against bureaucratic overhead and get rid of impediments. So let's get into it. There is no spoon. That's going to be an homage to Dr. Roper's recent documents that he's put out that have a matrix reference Fiesta in there, taking the red pill, and there is no spoon. So we're kind of thinking along those lines. And let's see if we can get this to advance. And Aaron, I may need some help if this is not going to cooperate. Let's see. All right, hopefully this is moving for y'all. All right, okay, it looks like we're getting somewhere here. So, there is no spoon in the software acquisition pathway. And that really is a reference to the idea that, a lot of the regulatory things that were put into the DoD 5000 were meant to ensure that we absolutely eliminated risk and that we maximized our ability to successfully field software. But there is no spoon here in the sense that, we're not prioritizing that same regulatory bureaucracy and procedural bottlenecks. What we're really focused on is a new reality. The reality is that going faster and streamlining the acquisition requirements process, as well as budgeting and other aspects of acquisition, is actually going to be our friend. So I think that's really important. And the pathway is built to that. And I love this quote from the National Defense Strategy. Really, it's something that appeals to me and I think works well with the pathway and this theme, where it says, we must not accept cumbersome approval chains, wasteful applications of resources in uncompetitive space, or overly risk-averse thinking. And I know General Hyten says that we can't optimize the system and build it so that it removes 100% of risk. That's just not actually reality. And it's not fast enough to meet the need. So again, speed is actually our friend in this case. And so continuing with that theme, here are the 3 building blocks that have helped form the foundation of the software acquisition pathway policy. And it's a clear signal that we need to go faster, and faster is actually possible, right? So the first document, the National Defense Strategy, got to go with speed. Continuous adaptation, frequent modular upgrades, that's going to give us the competitive advantage we need. The second document is the Defense Science Board report on the acquisition and design of software in the Defense Department. And it sends a loud message. We have to change. We have to have the ability as the United States to update our systems rapidly. And then the third foundational document is, of course, the DIB swap report, which provided very valuable recommendations to get us moving. One of them was refactoring the acquisition regulation and the acquisition codes. And that's where the software acquisition pathway actually comes in. And it says speed and cycle time matter. Actually, it asserts that those are the 2 most important metrics. And really what's awesome is that faster is more reliable, and that's where DevSecOps comes in, and it's actually more secure. If you're able to fail forward, as an example, or rapidly roll back, you'll be able to address cyber vulnerabilities, you'll be able to do many things. And I think that's a new attitude that the community is going to have to adjust and get to. And that goes back to the spoon reference, right? The reality is that these things will help you. But faster is indeed possible, which I'm sure you guys have seen from some speakers today already, right? There's another piece of motivation for us to go faster. So as I said, the DIB swap report recommended that there be a new software acquisition pathway policy built for software, not for old economy type developments with long cycle times. And that's section 800 for the software pathway. So, you know, the software acquisition pathway that we're talking about today is pursuant to and in response to this section 800 NDAA clause, but that section 800 clause is really implementing a recommendation from the DIB swap study that we just referred to. So overall, there's a lot of legislation. In my 15-year career, I've never seen as many software provisions ever. And really, to me, I've interpreted that as a clear signal. The digitalization of our workforce and our way of doing business is actually a national security issue. I think that's a strong message that they're sending us, and we're getting a move on. But there's a lot of different components to that. You know, DevSecOps is about people, processes, and tools. So as you see section 862, 230, you know, that, and section 256, that's about modernizing our workforce. We can't do these awesome things called DevSecOps if we don't have the talent to do it. And then there's section 255 and 231, which is really focused on modernizing, you know, incubating, promising new technologies to improve software factories or improve tech or get compelling technology into our systems in a much faster way. So that's section 255. And then 231 is all about automating and shifting testing left. So really, we're highly motivated. We have the 3 foundational documents, we have a congressional mandate, and then we have the strategic intent of our boss. And the intent here is that, you know, as you scan the horizon and understand what's happening in the commercial sector, life cycles and I should say, you know, the lifespan of a company in the S&P 500 this decade will be the shortest lifespan in its history. Some of that is due to mergers and acquisitions, of course, but it's also a disruptive economy that we're living in. And so the speed that it takes to survive in the private sector and the Darwinian marketplace is not something that will be limited to the marketplace, but also the battle space. And really, that's all about modernizing people, processes, and policy. And that's where this policy comes in. So for processes and for technology, we're looking at DevSecOps. That's certainly how leading top market cap companies deliver software, as well as startups. So that's great. We're adopting DevSecOps. The policy that you're going to see today is also adopting and approximating commercial industry. And by that, you'll see concepts of the lean startup, which is built to provide value in conditions of, you know, extreme uncertainty. This policy actually has components of lean startup. Of course, DevSecOps as well, but also that MVP human-centered design is part of that. And a build, measure, learn cycle, which is common in commercial industry, is built into this new policy. And bottom line is, this quote is really where it's at with Miss Lord here on why we need to do this. Because the thread that runs through everything we do is software, we need to catch up. with the speed of the private sector. So how do we do that? So that's the journey we're on. And if we didn't have enough motivation from everything that we just discussed, there is from the joint staff community, here's more discussion about the need for speed. The second priority of the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs is to go faster and insert speed. The last bullet there says, well, the reason for that is the process that we have for building software is not good, right? So compelling quotes there, but really in the middle here, what General Hyten is saying, how do I get speed into the system? If the system is built to remove risk, again, that's a very structured and very bureaucratic system. Is that really helping us in getting the capability out that we need? What is the success record of that? And is there another way of doing business? Remember the spoon analogy. Is faster actually going to reduce the risk and get capability out faster? And really the biggest thing that he feels we need to do in acquisition is to move and allow people to take that risk. First of all, it's a cultural thing, but then delegate responsibilities to the people that are actually executing. If you want to see a military person go fast, all you have to do is give them the authority and responsibility. And that goes with a lot of tenets that you'll see in this distributed model for developing software, right? Move the decision-making. If you want to go faster, moving the decision-making to where the knowledge is actually possessed will enable you to do that. The pathway is all about this, actually. So the pathway is built to encourage the delegation of responsibility to the absolute lowest level, from the PEO to the Armed Services Component Acquisition Executive. In rare cases will we at the Pentagon have the OSD oversight over programs. And again, that I think is built to address a lot of this. But really what keeps up General Hyten at night is the United States' ability to go fast. So we've got to go fast. This is a pretty cool slide. Why is everyone communicating a crisis or communicating an urgency? What is this burning platform? Well, the burning platform is that what is it going to take to win a future fight? A future fight is going to have all kinds of software-enabled technology and AI woven into the future battle space, right? So if you're looking out at 2025 to 2030, you're going to see that. That is an imperative. And we have to be able to deliver software faster if we're going to provide more of these capabilities, which are required to win a future fight. And you're going to see a lot of cool things like teaming with machines in a way that they can operate autonomously so that the warfighter and the human can focus on their task at hand and not necessarily, if they're maneuvering in challenging terrain, they don't have to focus on controlling that unmanned machine. And also, convoys. So we talk about the JIDO fight, which I came out of, in route clearance engineers, where you had a lot of our fatalities in the OIF and OEF fight. And, could we cut down on casualties? Can we become more survivable by having autonomous leader follower vehicles that help supply the front lines while reducing the human risk in that sense? So there's a whole ton of new technology that's going to be required to win a future fight. The Air Force, that XQ-58 is so cool. That's going to allow us to perhaps win a future air campaign or an air combat fight that's going to rely on a new way of fighting and the ability to provide a volume and cost-effective air combat platforms and assets to the fight. So all of this means, right, if the future is autonomous capability and weaving in AI, the foundation for these things is all about software. There's no getting around it. So if we need to get really good at AI and autonomy, there's no separating the idea that we got to get better at software. And that cuts across all these domains, not just autonomy, right? So that's where we're at. And if we're going to meet that need, the software delivery at the speed of relevance, you have to ask that question. Is the old way going to get it done? And of course it's not. Cycle times are going to be much shorter in the business world. They're going to be much shorter in the military space as well. So we need the ability to rapidly field this type of capability. And the old process that you might associate with delivering a major capability like a tank or some other weapons platform, 4.5 to 17-year cycle times, that's not going to work in the digital space. And Dr. Roper at the bottom says, that's true, because in a future flight, we could be changing software every day, actually, as a necessary factor of winning. We need that ability. DevSecOps actually gives us that ability. And of course, Secretary Esper saying this is an era of great power competition. This is a threat to national security if we can't move faster. So I think we've got enough motivation here to say that the software pathway better facilitate and align to a lot of that. And I think we've worked hard with the services to make sure that's done. This is the response. This is a pathway that is built to facilitate iterative delivery of software capability to the user. So the key elements of this, here's what's baked in. Modern software development practices, DevSecOps is the expectation, capitalizing on active user engagement. This all falls apart if there's no user in the loop to tell you that you've met an unmet need in a rapid way. If you have no connectivity to the user, you have no way of understanding if you've built value, if you need to pivot, if you need to persevere. It's all about this sort of lean startup mindset where I have a hypothesis that this is your need, and I think that I can, build a solution that meets your need. Well, the only way to really understand if you have a validated need and a valid system is to produce minimum viable products that are in the hands of the user. That is a central theme of this policy, and there's some unique ways that we're injecting that. I'll show you that in a second. And then, of course, rapid software delivery, really tightly coupled mission, government, industry software teams. So you can imagine this new era where some really sharp folks who understand the fighting domain and the requirements of the user can help prioritize what we need to deliver. And then industry bringing that talent, right? DevSecOps is really probably one of the highest paid professions within the world of software engineering. I've looked at quite a bit of stats on that, actually. And there's a reason for that, right? Tech talent needs to bring a capability to the government that we don't currently have necessarily organically. So we got to work together to get this done in a public-private partnership type way to get it done. Pathway focuses on that. And then automation. DevSecOps, again, is at the center of execution. So this is what we're building. Here is that policy, or I'm sorry, the statute that I referred to earlier. Pretty much anyone can use the software pathway because it is, Congress had the sense to recognize that there is nuance between cyber physical, real-time embedded system software development and cloud native application software development. So you actually get two different pathways which are empathetic to each, right? So for the cyber physical dependencies, there's a recognition that I can't actually field something, like if I wanted to field a radar capability and get it in the hands of the user, well, that radar might go on a ship that doesn't actually get into operations until the ship is complete and the ship is actually operating. So with that, right, we understand that embedded systems might have a different expectation in terms of, where I'm delivering to. So that's really the last bullet there. That's the key thing here. The policy requires, and pursuant to the law, that you better develop and demonstrate viability and effectiveness of capability for operational use within 1 year after funds obligated. The expectation is actually much faster than that, but that is the actual absolute minimum is 1 year. And again, if you're an embedded system, you would be able to field to a staging environment or a systems integration lab until you can actually get what's referred to as operational acceptance. And prior to that, it's okay to deliver to an environment that's operationally representative. And you would want to have parity between the development and your target environment. And what's really cool is that maybe there'll be some like digital twins and virtual twins that'll make that a total reality. Digital engineering and DevSecOps in that respect go hand in hand. The other cool things about this is that, there's something called a Major Defense Acquisition Program designation, which carries with it certain regulatory burden. Anybody who takes this pathway is not to be treated as such and is therefore liberated from such regulatory requirements. It's exempt from the classic requirements process until we work together with the Joint Staff and the SAEs to agree on a new process. And it's really built to streamline almost everything involved, from material acquisition, the requirements process, and then the budgeting. That's really the hardest one, but we're determined to get that done. This does not look like the classic, your classic DoD horse blanket. You'll probably notice, or if you did a contrast with that, but by the way, my old boss, Dr. Griffin over in R&E used to call that very attractive to our competitors, right? I'll put it very I'll put it in a light way, he had stronger words for how advantageous that old horse blanket was to our adversaries. This does not resemble that. So you won't see the milestones. You'll see a lot of iteration here. And really, it's all about iteration. So the bottom part concerns development. And you see those loops, part of the DevSecOps loop in the bottom. That's providing, minimum viable product, small batch releases, and it continues on, and software is actually never done. That's the other thing about the software pathway. It's no longer viewing the world as discrete acquisition and discrete sustainment, because the expectation is that you're delivering code as you would in DevSecOps, where that code is live. So you're already in sustainment. And if you blur your eyes, you're already in development. But what's really cool is at the top part, the expectation is that you keep iterating on your strategies as well. The other part that you'll see in the very top is this assess value piece. That's really like that lean startup concept of minimum viable product. Did this actually produce value? If it didn't, do I continue with the investment? Or do I, shift? Or do I have to make an adjustment with, the vendor that I'm using to help deliver? I mean, where is the loss in value, or where's the creation of value? That is really awesome, I think, to keep us focused on what we're here to do, which is get value to the warfighter. So let's break down the planning phase. That's it. With the new policy, actually, which was just signed out on Monday, which was really cool, Ms. Lord signed out this new policy, you'll actually have 5 artifacts that you need to enter into execution and approve by the decision authority. And so you have the capability need statement, which is a very flexible, high-level, streamlined description of the user need. You'll have a user agreement. We'll talk about that next. And you have 2 strategies, really, acquisition strategy and test strategy. Now, I say 2 strategies, but really the acquisition strategy contains a whole set of other strategies, like the intellectual property strategy, the cybersecurity strategy, your product support strategy. And then, of course, you'll need a cost estimate. How much is it going to take to get this MVP, this MVCR, out the door? But that's it. And we worked really hard.
Sir, we have 3 minutes.
Okay, cool. User agreement. We talked about that. The whole thing falls apart. Upfront, you have to have a commitment to, addressing the user, making sure that they're involved. And then the execution phase is really all about coming up with your product vision. What is the roadmap to get you there to an MVP? That'll flow down to backlogs. There's the user engagement. So when you're in execution, you already have a commitment that the user will be there. So you can execute there. And then small batch deliveries and execution, which really depend on enterprise services, like things like Platform One or your service set of DevSecOps, software factory components, setting up your DevSecOps pipeline. In order for you to meet that delivery schedule of a year, you really have to have your DevSecOps game pretty strong, actually, heading into execution. DevSecOps is the preferred software practice for DoD. I like to emphasize that it's people, process, and technology. It's really not just about the tools. So you really, need to focus there. But, the policy is set up to unleash DevSecOps, really. I think you may have heard from JIDO already, but this is an example of how JIDO used DevSecOps to make a difference. It truly enabled the fight in getting code to combat in a way that's pretty radical. So the fastest I think they ever they ever delivered capabilities within 2.5 hours. And so their ability to have a continuous authorization, 6 hours, before and after full DevSecOps implementation, you had 11 versus 98 releases. That's all value to the warfighter, thanks to the automation and the trust to deploy capability on a network. And that trust is given to you because of the rigor that goes into a DevSecOps organization. I want to close with these 2 slides for DevSecOps. It's really hard. It's like, the software pathway asks a lot, but you have a journey to go from where DoD is at the very bottom there, legacy monolithic systems. You have a journey to develop the architecture in such a way that it facilitates small batch deliveries, getting all the way to the top where you achieve an actual continuous ATO. That is to say that you are permitted, if you're within left and right bounds that are agreed upon with your authorizing official, you can push capability to the network as long as the batch is small. It's not like this massive change. There's no major dependencies that are being introduced. and that you're passing scans within the limits and controls that make sense for your authorizing official and the risk they're willing to take. And the last thing is DevSecOps metrics. So we'd love some feedback on this. You're familiar with the DORA 4, but I like to ask the question, like, if we just focus on the DORA 4, what if we effectively and efficiently produce something that nobody wants? So the question is, how do we weave value in here? And then what if we only do this at prototype, within small prototyping pockets within the organization? Is there a way to actually measure that we're doing this at scale within an organization that's going through a change? So that kind of transformation, I really think if you put the three together, value, delivery, throughput, and capability, and scale, you get the whole picture. And that last quote is, hey, enough prototyping already. How do we buy at scale, or how do we deliver at scale? So those are how I would view the world to put the complete picture together. And I think I'm just about out of time, Aaron.
Yeah, let's just, we're granted an extra 2 minutes now at this point, sir. I'd like to ask you one good question from the YouTube channel. Have you seen the capability needs statement successfully used in a large DoD cyber physical system yet?
So that's interesting. You can use the software pathway as a sort of, well, there's a combo platter. The adaptive acquisition framework allows you to use multiple pathways. So if you have a parent system that the embedded software would reside within, that major capability, large scale, might actually already have, a CDD capability, a JSON's approved CDD document at that level, right? And so you would want to make sure you're, in that cyber physical system, that your CNS, your capability needs statement, aligned to that higher level document. So the answer is actually would have, on a very large scale cyber physical system, you would likely have two pathways being used at the same time, in which case the CNS would align to and be consistent with the overarching CDD.
Oh, great. Thank you, sir. And last but not least, everybody talks continuous ATO. Do you expect the continuous authority to operate to be a standard requirement or a standard thing within the next 2 to 4 years?
Yeah, I do, because there is an active group working on codifying best practices to enable a continuous ATO, and it's actually the expectation within the policy. So if you're going to adopt the software pathway, if you were to use a manual process like we used under the old paradigm, that manual checklist type process could take in and of itself 6 to 9 months. That would actually already exhaust nearly all of your time under the law required to actually deliver a capability. So we need a way to do like the Kessel runs of the world, which have a continuous ATO. They deploy capability every 12 hours or every 5 hours, actually, I think they're at. And JIDO, as we had in this example, is delivering capability on demand to the warfighter. In some cases, their lead time is 12 days, as we have shown here. So I think there's no doubt about it, and I would extend it that it goes beyond continuous ATO. I think the norm will be, how do we shift left all the accreditation that's required for cyber physical systems that go beyond just the continuous ATO? And that's going to allow us to put capabilities for warfighting systems into the fight at a rate which, going back to our original discussion, will be necessary to win the fight in the future. Absolutely.
Awesome. Hey, totally awesome to hear about these things coming from such a high level and extremely exciting. Folks, we're headed into a break. Mr. Sean Brady from DAS-D AE, thank you very much.
All right, there is no spoon. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, special DevSecOps community members. So we are in the last presentation of today, and Krishna Guru, and he's going to talk about why we need DevSecOps. Everybody should have it, and we need more than ever. Before starting his session, so Krishna Guru is a release engineer at InterSystems Corporation, where he works on automating the wide variety of the tasks and contributes to the successful development and timely deployment of robust products and customer solutions by providing technical knowledge to build process and procedures to package together all elements of the project. Prior to his role at InterSystem Corporations, he graduated from CMU, and he was actually in my class. He was my TA. So happy to have you, Krishna, and the floor is yours.
Hi, Hasan. Thank you for the introduction. So, and good afternoon and good evening, everyone who are attending from around the world. So let's dive into the presentation. So the agenda for today would be to start looking at what data breach means and how it happens and why. Look at the open source softwares and then the potential vulnerabilities found in them. And then looking at how DevSecOps actually helps in identifying these vulnerabilities and preventing them from becoming a disaster. And an analysis of the current situation. And then finally, ways to transform from DevOps to DevSecOps. And finally, we'll go to the Q&A session. So data breach. So many of you might recognize most of the headlines that are displayed here. And it has reached a point where you can no longer remember all the data breaches that happened so far. And when looking at the major data breaches that has happened in 2020, it reflects the sad state of data security today. The consequences of major companies like Facebook, Twitter, etc., leaking sensitive data are many. For consumers, it represents a loss of privacy, potential identity theft, and countless hours repairing the damage to devices. And it's costly for companies too, in the form of bad press, and then there is a damage to their reputation, as well as time and money spent to remediate the breach and ensure that the data is well secured in the future. And you would think that these problems would cause companies to be extra diligent about discovering data breaches, but that does not seem to be the case. Companies rarely discover data breaches, and according to risk-based security, only 13% of data breaches are discovered internally. And looking at cost of a breach, the financial impact of suffering a data breach remains high for companies of all shapes and sizes. And the average cost of data breach in 2020, according to an IBM study, is 3.86 million, which is a 1.5 decrease in cost from 2019, but still a 10% rise over the last 5 years. And this includes a combination of direct and indirect costs related to time and effort in dealing with a breach, and then lost opportunities such as customer churn as a result of bad publicity and regulatory fines. Though the average cost of breach is relatively unchanged, IBM says the costs are getting smaller for the companies that are prepared, and much larger for those that are not prepared for this. And all the data breaches we have heard so far targeted personal information, but with the advancement in technologies, these data breaches could cause more damage, and it might go beyond personal information. Like with technologies like IoT, AI, quantum computing evolving rapidly, it is definitely going to be a great benefit for all the humans. But then at the same time, all these also increase the cyber attack surface. The IoT devices collect and share private data that's highly sensitive, like medical records, information about the insides of homes and workplaces, or data on a day-to-day journey. Not only could this data be dangerous if it falls into the hands of cyber criminals, if it is not collected and stored appropriately, but it could also create physical and psychological harm. And with so much research happening in AI, it is still not clear about what could be the potential impacts of cyber attacks on AI. And when quantum computing arrives at some point over the course of the next decade, it will create a problem for encryption in its current state. So with all the potential risks present with the emerging technologies, the most concerning part is reading studies that conclude that security by design is still a secondary concern to most of these companies compared with getting products out to the market. And one other place where revolution took place over the last 7 to 8 years is in open source project. And gone are those days when open source software was created as a revolution against the unfair profits that closed source software companies made. With the growth of companies like Docker and MongoDB, open source technologies have improved at faster rate than proprietary software products. People choose Hadoop or Mongo because it is the best tool for them to achieve their objectives, and not just because it is free. A big enabler of this has been support for open source at leading firms, especially Google and Facebook. Projects like Android, the Chrome browser, and Open Compute have given open source legitimacy, making it easier for mainstream enterprises to embrace it and pay for it. At the same time, open source come in with a lot of vulnerabilities. The data here, the graph here is obtained from SNCC's report, which shows the vulnerabilities found in official container images. And we can see that even popular base images have a lot of vulnerabilities in them. And the key areas in which organizations struggle when considering the security of other open source software is when they try to understand what open source libraries and packages are included in the software they produce. And this explains why majority of the vulnerabilities are introduced via dependencies and go unnoticed. Before considering DevSecOps, we must also look at the cost of fixing defects. According to National Institute of Standards and Technologies, the cost of fixing a security defect, if the defect made it to production, can be up to 60 times more expensive or 30 times more expensive than during the development cycle. And this is a heavy increase in cost and one that should concern most organizations. And the second additional reason to fix a defect during development is the length of time required to fix a defect once it is discovered. A defect that is discovered in production might remain almost half a year before it gets discovered and is fixed. So that's also a concern here. And DevSecOps comes into aid here. It is about built-in security and not security that functions as a perimeter around apps and data. It is all about shifting security to shifting security as left as possible. If security remains at the end of the development pipeline, organization adopting DevOps can find themselves back to the long development cycles they were trying to avoid in the first place. In part, DevSecOps highlights the need to invite security teams at the outset of DevOps initiatives to build in information security and set a plan for security automation. And it also underscores the need to help developers code with security in mind, a process that involves security teams sharing vulnerability feedbacks and insights on known threats. So with the current situation, the way in which internet is being used has changed a lot due to the coronavirus pandemic. Web traffic has increased by 25% in major cities across the world. And according to MIT Technological Review, the web traffic has increased by 25% according to the MIT Technological Review. And there has been an increase in global network traffic as well. Video services are also seeing the largest spikes in demand, with more people using video conferencing software such as Zoom in the initial few months of 2020 compared to all of 2019. And video now accounts for more than half of the internet's traffic, according to an analysis by Internet Hardware from Sandvine. Alongside video conferencing software, tools for remote working are also seeing increased demand. These include several workspace collaboration apps and a lot of associated services, such as cloud accounting software and online marketing and automation services. The huge rise in internet usage over the past few months has highlighted longstanding concerns over the security of most used remote working apps. More than 90% of the organization report data breaches, and at the moment, there are no exceptions to this. Zoom faced extra scrutiny, as many of you might have read. Reports indicated that Zoom had a 535% rise in daily traffic over the past few months, but security researchers initially told that the app was a disaster to privacy, and some even claimed that the video conferencing software was indistinguishable from malware. And DevSecOps, it has been around for more than a decade now, but the recent increase in internet and app usage has highlighted the importance of this idea like never before. And it would not be a surprise if more companies start adopting to DevSecOps in the future. As more people use remote working software, the consequences of breaches are likely to rise, not only in terms of cost, but also in terms of reputational damages caused by data breaches. And so, taking a look at how to move from DevOps to DevSecOps. So it starts with the culture. So even with the best of strategies, if a company's culture is toxic or if it's not empowering to the employee, then it has a limited effect. So the first thing that needs to be addressed is the culture of your team. So we need to characterize the culture in the team first. I mean, see if it involves innovation, calculated risk. And if you observe that the team do not possess this, then you might want to work on this first before moving on to the next steps. And apart from this, transparency also plays an important role here. So a transparency between DevOps teams and security teams are very important. And if there is a lack of interaction between these two teams, then it has to be built through team building activities or some other way. And finally, having shared metrics and goals between DevOps and the security teams is also important. While DevOps team and security team might seem to have different goals as an organization, one thing is true. Like they all want to go faster, and in order to make actual progress towards the goal, DevOps teams need to factor in requirements from the security team. And by bringing security team into the very beginning of the goal setting process, the DevOps team can address a software vulnerability as soon as it is detected. So once the companies the organizations have a good culture in place, the next thing would be to look at security practices in the pipeline. So what I'm showing here is a normal DevOps pipeline. Usually a developer writes code using any development environment of their choice and pushes it to a central source code repository. the code is merged into the repository management tool for the purpose of versioning, and the CI/CD server pulls the code from the source code repository and packages the build. Then these are then pushed onto a binary repository manager against the commit ID. And finally, they are then pulled out to be deployed back into staging and production servers, which are spun using Docker. And so, once in this scenario, once the application is running in production or staging environment, let's say we get a penetration test scheduled, and imagine a scenario where a production application is tested and a high-risk vulnerability like SQL injection is discovered. In such a case, the team will be required to run the entire DevOps pipeline in order to fix a single SQL injection. And this is clearly not a viable option. So this slide kind of shows the places where security can be injected in the pipeline. And so let's look into these in detail. So developers can start using security plugins in IDE. So developers primarily work from their favorite environment, and good IDE extension would be helpful for checking vulnerabilities. But at this point, there are not a lot of people using these security plugins in IDEs because research shows that they're not great in identifying, or they're not great in describing what specific vulnerabilities they address, and the accuracy of the detection. So this has to be certainly improved, but using security plugins in IDE is a great step to begin with. And then the next thing to have along the pipeline is pre-commit hooks. So these can be used to prevent sensitive information such as AWS keys, access tokens, SSH keys, etc., from being leaked via the public source code repositories due to accidental Git commits. And there are many tools in the market, and I've listed a couple of tools here, like the Talisman and Git hooks. And next comes secret management. So with automation, it is a common practice followed by developers and administrators to store credentials in configuration files. And this is not a great practice because it can lead to exposure of credentials to an unintended audience. So this can be segregated by leveraging secret management services like HashiCorp Vault or AWS Secret Manager. So these allow segregation of credential on a separate level, and every environment can pull credential from a specific environment and use it programmatically. And so the next would be to have software composition analysis. So, a lot of organizations make use of open source libraries, framework like WordPress, jQuery, etc. And as we discussed before, not all of them are aware of, the dependencies these libraries have within them. And this could lead to a lot of vulnerabilities being discovered. A lot of vulnerabilities being present. So there has to be a check on this as well. So tools like SNCC or Sonatype can help detect these type of vulnerabilities in dependencies. Next would be to have static code analysis, and here I've shown an example where SonarQube has detected some of the vulnerabilities, and this type of analysis mainly addresses weakness in source code that might lead to vulnerabilities, and static analysis is commonly used to comply with coding guidelines. The next would be to have the dynamic analysis. The dynamic analysis addresses weakness in source code that might lead to vulnerabilities. And this may also, vulnerable. Also, the dynamic scanners act as an additional ability to find security issues caused by the code's interaction with other system components like SQL databases, application servers, or web services. And web application scanners are an important part in doing a vulnerability assessment of a web application. And a good majority of these scanners have API endpoints or CLI access, which can be leveraged to initiate scanning on target application. And in here, I show how OS ZAP has detected some vulnerabilities. And
sorry to interrupt you, Krishna, and we have almost a couple of minutes to go. So if you want, could you wrap up your great tips from the practitioner perspective?
Sure. Yeah. So we just having embedding security into infrastructure as a service is also important because, as we discussed before, a lot of vulnerabilities are found in the commonly used base images. So detection for these using tools like SNCC should also be done. And then there is compliance as code, where defining your compliance requirements in a human and machine readable form. So configuration can be automatically deployed, tested, monitored, and reported across your entire IT estate. Having a vulnerability dashboard so that when DevSecOps teams use multiple tools, it would be very hard to detect, observe, and address vulnerabilities from each of these tools. So having a dashboard that can commonly address all of these would also help. And finally, having alerts and monitoring. Production applications are always faced with new threats from unknown and unforeseen vectors. So this can be mitigated by having an active intrusion monitoring and preventing solution. And so I pretty much come to end here. So though the current crisis is certainly exceptional, some analysts have pointed out that the changes it has caused in web usage is going to remain. And then the post-pandemic world might very well be one based on remote working and apps that users download to keep in touch with their friends and relatives will continue to see significant usage after the disease has dissipated. And this means that there are huge potential gains companies can offer, but with one condition: they will need to be secure. So the cost, both monetary and in terms of reputation of data breaches, is only going to rise. And that means that security needs to be integrated into the app development process. So thank you.
Krishna, thank you so much, giving a good practitioner thinking. So I have a few questions to you. The first one was, you put a citation in your presentation like the 100x cost more, and then developer perspective was at 30x. Still, there is a big number on developer perspective to address any vulnerabilities or the cost issues. Based on your practice so far, last couple of years, what do you see that we can increase the effectiveness of security with respect to the developer's perspective so we can get the lower number and more effective work? So what do you suggest that?
So I would say that, and again, before saying this, there is no one size that is going to fit all. Different companies might need different level of knowledge that the developer should have regarding the security. And so the best way would be to have knowledge sessions or training sessions that teach developers about the importance of security and how they can build security into the code they develop as and when it's done, rather than having doing the code and then throwing it away for someone else to have a look at it. So a lot of
so I have one more question as a follow-up. sometimes it's very difficult to find out any unknown vulnerabilities, etc. Because zero-day vulnerabilities, sometimes we may not be ready. And what do you think that DevSecOps will help to any incidents, be responsive to any events, even though we may not know before, we may not have tested before? Do you see a benefits of DevSecOps on incident response?
I did not get the last part. Can you please repeat that again?
How can we get a DevSecOps for an incident response? So we should be ready to respond any breaches.
Yeah. So, as we discussed before, the whole point of having DevSecOps is to, attend to the incident response, in the earlier stages of development rather than, identifying it, at a very late stage and then addressing it where the cost of fixing it and also the time taken to fix it is going to be huge. So as and when the companies start using, DevSecOps practices in their development, in their pipeline, so I think that the incident response is going to be fairly quicker because it's going to be identified at a very early stage, and they don't have to go back all the way back and then run the entire pipeline again and do such stuff. So,
Krishna, thank you so much. We run out of time, but thank you so much for the participation. Looking forward to having other events. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we are going to wrap up the day for the rest of the presentation. So it's almost over. We have the last section, which is kind of wrap up the day. What I would like to do, and just to replay what we learned so far, what we covered up so far, what is the takeaway in short time. We're not going to replay everything, of course, but at least to get what we learned. So we have something as to go in our mindset, what is the takeaway from today's session. So I would like to start my screen sharing first. Let's share. Okay, so now I'm moving forward. What I would like to really talk about our visual recordings, and thank you so much for one of artists, and he was been taking it like drawing what we learned from the each sessions, and he's getting a real-time illustration of any talks that we covered up so far, and then images which are presenting the takeaways. So that's kind of the visual recordings that our artist did, which is Cortez. Thank you so much for the link for the presentations and then drawing. And then we start up DevSecOps Days, which is basically we are the practitioner, and you learn so far from different practitioner perspective. That's DevSecOps communities. We would like to share our experience. We would like to share what we learned from DevSecOpsDays.com and for this event, so we can really learn from each other. We don't want to make the same mistakes. We can still make some mistakes, but we can learn from others and how they overcome any challenges, how they overcome any barriers, how they solve their problems with their exercising technical side of it or a cultural side of it. So we covered up all this, a good example from various talks. We started in the day and with the Simone Curzi, and he was expert in threat modeling. And he basically changed our perception. What I learned from his session, threat modeling is not a static anymore. There is a possibility of getting a threat modeling into the DevSecOps lifecycle, into every phase of lifecycle, make it why we have to do and tie with the business. He said a good point. Automation does not know your business. It's exactly true. We like to go automate, we like to go fast. It's perfect, we have to do. But how much we can tie into the business? That's the reasoning for why we have to do security, why we have to do, which portion we have to do. And there's always the questions, how much we can do security and which respect to which vulnerabilities. Like, we have to know what is enough. And he gave an example, 1 hour service outage is costing $400K as a loss, which is, maybe it depends on your organization. That's one example. So we have to really know why we have to start and what we should do. And Simone covered up with the threat modeling and DevSecOps perspective. Next was the Sare, and she was talking about the cultural elements a little bit and start from how can we bring that the two different teams together? How can we bring dev team and security team together because their incentives are different? There's a communication problem between. there's a friction between the two teams. And she gave a couple tips about how can we communicate effectively, and giving some dynamics about the creative sub-teams, being a patient, being an empathy for each team members, and tighten the feedback loop, which is another principles of DevOps, to improve the communication, to improve the collaboration with the tightened feedback loop. She gave great tips on improving the communication between security teams and the compliance team that she covered up. And the next one, Steve was talking about the metrics, and I saw the bigger picture. I was really scared. It's too close. Yes, it is too close. Sometimes to understand how much it's close, which is a problem, we have to measure it. We have to really monitor what we are doing it. And then we don't want to just measure something to measure it, but we have to put the reason behind it. And he explained what the reasons are, what the potential metrics components are, how can we connect the metrics and monitoring, be effective using an environment, covering up the standards, covering up the communication, and then putting some cost value of the security cost, like how much is going to be costing for us which data bridges, and how much is going to cost for us any work that we have to do based on the data. It's not based on some feelings. It's not based on some verbiage. We would like to have a data-driven thinking for the security perspective, and also understanding why we have the DevOps. So he scared us with the bigger picture, but I completely agree with him. So we have to understand what we measure and how to measure it. Then we went to another good topics from Victoria, and she talked about the requirements with the risk perspective. I know we always thinking of security, but the fundamental security starts from the risks. And she covered up the DevOps requirements, talk about the risk requirements, the risk framework, how we can relate out the risk frameworks into the DevSecOps environment, talking about the value creations and protection tying to the business. Like we would like to tie the business, but what the methodologies are tying to the business, what the process are tying to the business with the security perspective, we can answer the why isn't important. She covered up all this, a great perspective of risk and with the value creation with DevSecOps environment. Then we switch to the Ruth talk. And actually another interesting story she shared is empathy. It's understanding with the common sense. We always look at technology, but we forget the common sense, like having a password and the obvious to access to anybody. Like we would like to do great security, but we forget the basic elements. Basic elements are the human. Basic elements, how we can really keep the protection of our keys, how can we interact the human. So she covered up the good topic about the human. It is the how we can get the people, how we reward the teams, and how we can put a mindset of the security things and within team perspective. Then our keynote speaker, Christopher Brazier, and he's from Detroit, he shared a true lesson learned from DoD perspective. And Detroit was the first organization, first name was JIDO, started DevSecOps journey 5 years ago. And he explained it's not a milestone, it's a journey. So we cannot go and buy something from the shelf, from any tools perspective, just putting into their environment. It is not DevSecOps. And he covered up some success stories. He covered up what needs to be as successful. How can we build up the team cultures? How to the platform sustainment is a problem and how to overcome that. And actually, he listed a good point that really struck me. He put the contracts in both barriers and enablers. So there is a possibility for changing the barriers and make it enablers. And he covered up the great example, how they did it and how they cover up. And how the leadership is supportive to the team. So that's kind of like a top down to the bottom up and do the DevSecOps all together. So it was a great talk from Christopher's. Then we dive into another risk perspective of DevSecOps. How can we get a speed with the DevSecOps? And how can we get the risk assessment process into DevSecOps environment that we address the why perspective? Altazwalani covered up that components and tying into the more practical perspective, putting a security competencies, putting some best practices, and he gave a couple of tips on preventations, putting a detection responsive, so we can become a more proactive, not a reactive perspective of DevSecOps. Then after that, and we heard from Sean Brady, and he was from the OSD, and he covered up the acquisition perspective. Now you will talk about a contract, but the contract is not actually a barrier for us, and he gave a lot of tips on changing how the contract will helping us to build up a security, build up a DevSecOps in our contract language. And he gave a lot of tips for the DoD perspective. There are many vehicles we can use. There's many examples we can use. And how can we start? We start from the planning perspective. And how can we modernize the people and process technology? He covered up all this common thinking, common problems that we have been seeing and hearing from the other perspective. So how can we change acquisition person DevSecOps? Yes, we can do. And definitely acquisition is going that direction. He talked about the acquisition pathway as well to help to facilitate DevSecOps talking. So that lastly, so future events, and I would like to really encourage all of you, please take a look at DevSecOpsDays.com, be part of that event. As SCI CMU, we are supporting all these events as a community partners. So next one is the Tokyo on October 6, 2020. We'd like to see as the participants over there and get some learnings, and we will continue to update the DevSecOps Days event. If you're interested to host DevSecOps Days in your city, please let us know, and we'll help you to facilitate and host the event in your local communities. Again, so we can increase the community awareness on the DevSecOps perspective. So lastly, and you can really get the all-day DevOps conference coming up November 12th. It's getting closer. So November 12th will be 24 hours, and I encourage all of you, please participate and register. There's an opportunity for you to engage more speakers and more lesson learned. So don't really fail. Don't do the same mistake somebody did it. You can do better by learning from others. This is an opportunity for you and learn from all the DevOps conferences. So you can get more information from SCI website and either DevOps book, DevOps blog post, or webinar and podcast. These are the couple of ways we'll try to get into the communities and get some shared information so we can really share what we learn, and then you can follow up with us. If you have any questions, please reach out to us anytime. Lastly, I would like to thank our sponsors and community sponsors, Security Compass and Sonatype, Cloud, Perspective, and NowSecure. And they help us to build up this event. And thank you so much for the community sponsor. Especially thank you for you, and you have been listening for us since 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you for everyone. Shane, it's yours.
Hasan, thank you. And we want to thank all our speakers today for the great discussions today and for sharing your expertise. We also want to thank everyone for their attendance. Upon exiting, please hit the like button and share the archive if you found value in today's talks. You can also subscribe to the SEI YouTube channel by clicking the SEI seal in the lower right corner of your video window. And lastly, we invite you to join us on October 6th when the SEI will host our next webcast, and it will be Threats on Machine Learning with Mark Sherman, and a link to register is in the chat now. As always, any questions from today's event, please send to info@sei.cmu.edu. Thanks for attending, everyone. Have a great day.